Hi, happy almost New Year. We got, well, at least for me, some of y'all might already be in the New Year. For me, it's still a couple hours until 2025. So, first of all, I'm sorry for missing yesterday's stream. I basically was exhausted throughout most of the day. After waking up, I would work on some things, get up, and then just fall on my bed and just fall asleep for like a few minutes at a time. And amount of time I fell asleep was the amount of time I fell asleep was overall just it wasn't that much, but I kept doing it. Like it was like within a single hour I would find myself just falling on my bed and falling asleep like three, four, maybe even five times. So I didn't feel I had the energy to stream 6 hours yesterday. But thankfully, am feeling better today. Sage says shun the stream, mister. That's what I should change. That's what I should, instead of Brawl Kaiser, I should change my name to Stream Misser. I'm not gonna do that. Watch, if I did do that, then I would be somehow all the things that cause me to not to miss streams would stop happening, and I would not miss a single stream. So it's just obviously a joke because I haven't streamed in over a month. But just to before I start, yeah, I'm starting. I guess I can call this a tradition. We'll see. I might change this up. This is really just depends on how I feel, but last year, end of 2023, I started Super Mario RPG as like the first game I would fully play through in 2024. So I thought, why not keep that going? And the first game I'm gonna fully play through in 2025, uh, Final Fantasy One. Let me go ahead and start it. Also, this is the next game on my list for First Fantasy. Sage says, "Oh right, this version uses the art for that Dissidia character." Yes, it does. And yeah, just to answer your question and more completely, Sage, I actually have So for I now have a whole section on my Switch devoted to Final Fantasy because of how many Final Fantasy games I have. But for Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, I've already gotten the um the pixel remasters. And then I've also gotten Final Fantasy. I bought these in the recent Christmas sale. So basically, yeah, my Switch is becoming well, I'm gonna have to split games between my Switch and my PS5 and my new PS5, but yeah, all the older Final Fantasies are on here. And I'm using the pixel remasters because those are the most recent wide releases and they're based off of and from what I know they're based off of the original NES versions. But just to tell y'all a couple things before I start playing the game. So yeah, I am also, in addition to playing Final Fantasy One, I made a list of my 15 favorite games I played throughout this year. Games that released this year and games that I played for the first time this year. And gonna be counting them down throughout the night. And basically talking about what games I like playing the most in 2024. I made I made a freaking web document for this. Just to keep track of them. But uh, also, also just to let y'all know, if you weren't here when I last said this, uh, I'm gonna be put. If you weren't here when I last said this, in 2025, I'm gonna be switching over to doing only about 3 streams this week. 3 streams a week, but sometimes I will do a fourth stream. I'm gonna be in 2025. I'll be streaming 4 hours on Tuesday, 4 hours on Thursday, 6 hours on Saturday, and then every so often I'll throw in a bonus stream on like Monday, Wednesday, or Friday in case I want to do something. Part of the reason why I've got the Spider-Man movie ranking stream, I'm going to be doing that this Saturday. And part of the reason why it's taken me so long for me to get to doing that, one of the many reasons why it's taken me so long for me to do that, is because I was doing so many big playthroughs throughout 2024 that I kind of needed to use the big Saturday stream for. But for a lot of these event streams, I need to have like a 6 hour long block of time set aside to stream them. So what I might do is so what I'll do every so often is when I've finished all the work for for a special event stream, I'll likely do it on Friday, so I can do it for about 6 hours. Sage says, I missed the PSX Origins Chronicles and Anthology games. I actually have those with the PSX era FMVs. We will. I will definitely watch the FMVs. I don't. They aren't on this, but I'll have to find out which games have those FMVs, and we will definitely watch them. We will take time to watch them because someone had already told me about those FMVs. Say says I still find it hilarious. My number 3 play game this year. I haven't played since February. On PlayStation, my most played game almost every year is Soul Calibur 6. And I'm not actually playing Soul Calibur 6. What I'm doing is I'm preparing for the next Brawl or Nothing. So there will be a stretch of time for about like a month where I will be working on stuff and I will just have AI controlled characters fighting in Soul Calibur 6, or I'll be designing characters in Soul Calibur 6, or like changing around things in Soul Calibur 6 to prepare for Brawl or Nothing. And every time it takes me like 70 hours, so PlayStation keeps telling me I have 70 hours of Soul Calibur every year. Sage says, outside of 7 onwards, those FMVs are exclusive to Origins and Chronicles and Anthology. Well, yeah, but I'm sure they've been uploaded. I'm willing to bet they've been uploaded online. I can try checking to see if they've been uploaded online. But anyway, yeah. So starting after this week, streams are gonna go down to like 3 streams a week, and then like every so often I'll do a special stream on like Monday, Wednesday, or Friday. Like if I collab with someone or if I have a special event stream. Like in January, one of the streams I'll do is the Bloody Roar series retrospective, and that'll be on a Friday. In addition to that, there's actually something I added for First Fantasy, because I had a kind of a revelation. Over the Christmas break, I had kind of a revelation. If you look down at the little timestamp there, uh, right there at near the bottom of the screen, it says circa 1987, because that's the year the first Final Fantasy game was released. Which made me realize that 2027 will be the 40th anniversary of the series. It'll also be, oddly enough, the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII, because that means the original Final Fantasy VII was in fact the 10th anniversary game for the series. Funny how that worked out. But what that means is, I already had a list of about 32 games for First Fantasy. So if I add a couple more on there, which I have, I've added a few more on there, and I have a couple more spots open to add more games on there. Depending on how, if I just basically focus on Final Fantasy, if besides the games for People's Choice, which are taking highest priority, and then the stuff for D&D Lights, once I'm finished with most of the games for People's Choice and D&D Lights, if I just go all in on Final Fantasy, I could potentially beat 40 Final Fantasy games until up through 2027, or by the time we reach the anniversary date of this game in 2027. So, for First Fantasy, I could play through 40 Final Fantasy games for the first time in time for the 40th anniversary. Sage says crumble to dust. Oh, because I said, 2027 is going to be the 40th anniversary. Why don't you crumble to dust just yet? You've got a lot of years left in you. Sage says 86 and 87 were very big years for games, especially 87. So, yeah. With 2027 being the... So, yeah, what I did is I added a couple more games to it. So, here, I'll go ahead and show y'all this list. I've actually also edited this list to make it look a little nicer. So, of course, so what I've done is I added whatever the third Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy game is, Final Fantasy VII Reimagined, Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth, whatever it's called, that game's already on there. Which that was a game I was already planning on playing, because I've already got the first 2 FF7 Remake games on there. Might as well add the third whenever that's released. But for games I've added, I went ahead and added a couple. These aren't officially Final Fantasy games, but they are considered by production, by many of the people who worked on them, and by many of the fans, to be spiritual successors of Final Fantasy. They are basically Final Fantasy games in all but name. Like they were published or developed by Square Enix. They were made to be spiritual successors to specific Final Fantasy games. So Bravely Default, Bravely Second, and Bravely Default 2 were meant to be like spiritual successors to this old 2D era of Final Fantasy. Because they have a lot, and you can see that in the story in the class system. Triangle Strategy is like a spiritual successor to Final Fantasy Tactics. And Fantasia Neo Dimension, it's not a spiritual successor to a specific Final Fantasy, but it is like it's the considered the swan song of Hironobu Sakaguchi, who's like one of the big developers for this series. It's kind of like his farewell letter to it's kind of his swan song or farewell letter to working on Square Enix RPGs. So with that, that brings my list of games up to my total list of games up to 38. And that leaves me like two more open spots in here for like to get reach 40 games. Sage says, I'd assume the title would be Reunion or something like that, considering that story beat. Reunion could be the name. Uh, Reunion could be the name. But yeah, I've already completed Wave 1. With Final Fantasy 1, that's going to see the start of Wave 2. And I mean, I already mentioned that the next game after Final Fantasy 1 is going to be Tactics Advance. I'll mention why in just a second. But yeah, that's so expect to see a lot more even more Final Fantasy on the channel, as if I hadn't enough already. But yeah, the reason why Tactics Advance is I'm already the next game is that one thing I'm gonna be. For those who don't know, 2025 is my last year of my 20s. I turned 29 in in late January. I'm going to turn 29, which means I'll have only 1 year left in my 20s. And instead of doing the thing a lot of people around my age do, where they start freaking out and think that their life is over, well, I'm instead going to use this opportunity to basically like use this to clear out as many games from my backlog as possible. Sage says Brawl Kaiser turning his name into Fantasy Kaiser. No, I can't do that because then I would be way too close to a specific. I would be way too close to a specific video game inspired common writer. For, but also Brawl's just a great nickname. Also, the big reason is if I did fantasy, I could only play fantasy games, which means that I couldn't play any sci-fi games. But but anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be throughout all of most of the next year. Besides games from People's Choice, games from D&D Lights, and First Fantasy games, the other big focus I'm gonna do is playing games that have been on my backlog for a long time. Kind of similar to what I did this year, but this year was more about like me playing through games that I said I wanted to play on the channel. Like a lot of the big games I played on the channel this year were games that I said I really wanted to play on the channel. But I'm gonna start on around my birthday. I'm going to kick this off with the next Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And the reason for that is because Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is the game that has been in my backlog for the longest. I don't know if you don't, I've mentioned this before, but basically what happened is many years ago, I got like a used copy of the game from GameStop, and I tried playing it, but it wouldn't save my save data. And then I just kind of set it aside after restarting the game, like, and restarted the game like 30 times. I basically went through the opening levels of Tactics Advance like 30 times because I couldn't save my game. But eventually set it down because I couldn't just keep playing. I got tired of replaying the opening level of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 30 times. Cut to many years later, where I found out that the reason for that was because someone had sold a bootleg copy of Tactics Advance to that GameStop, and I had bought it, and nobody caught it. So I did get an official GBA cartridge of the game, but the reason when I say that FFTA has been in my backlog the longest out of any games, so Mega Man Battle Network 6, Cybeast Gregar, the final game for the Mega Man Battle Network series, that released in about 2005. And I know I bought that game. I know I got that game for my Game Boy Advance around the time that it released. And I also know that I had Tactics Advance like a few years before that. Because Tactics Advance was one of the first games I got for my Game Boy Advance. So what that means is that Tactics Advance has been on my backlog for over 20 years by the time we reach my birthday. By the time we reach 2025, so by the time we reach a couple hours from now, Tactics Advance will have been in my backlog for over 20 years. That's the best place. I should probably get to playing that. Sage says, "Oh, it didn't help that society did and still does hammer that whole life ends after 30 BS into our heads." Yep, that is a big cause of it. Sage says, "I see I can't do sci-fi and read genre, so science fantasy." That is true. I could do science fantasy. Okay, but let me go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and start the game, and then as we go throughout the night, I'm going to. I didn't realize I'd make my characters immediately. I knew that it was like you don't have set characters. You like. I know that you don't have characters with their own personalities. You make the characters, but I didn't realize it was immediately. But anyway, so I'm going to. As we go throughout the night, I'll count down my favorite games I played this year. Say 6, which arguably FF6, 7, and 8 are science fantasy. Oh, definitely. 6 and 7 are definitely science fantasy, considering like 6 has 6 use of mechs and like the Empire's machinery, and 7's like kind of like well, 7 is very science fantasy with like its diesel punk world. Okay, so I have 6 classes. I have warrior, thief, monk, black mage, white mage, red mage. Alright. Those in the chat watching, start coming up with names you want to see me use. I'll let y'all have first input. If no one says anything, I'll come up with the names, but I'll let y'all have first input on what our characters' names will be. Sleepless says Billy the Warrior. Oh, hey, Sleepless. And if you're just... Sage says, I think I might be the only one here. Sage, Sleepless is right there. He is right there. Sage says, oh, wait, Sleepless here. Oh, yeah, so just want to say, if you're just coming to the stream, I do apologize for missing yesterday's stream. And I will get back to Infamous next week. I spent the whole day, I spent the day working on stuff, and then just... Every so often, I would just get up from my desk, walk over my bed, and just fall on my bed and just instantly fall asleep for like a few minutes at a time. It was never like I didn't fall asleep for like an hour straight, but I was like constantly napping, getting up, and trying to get back to work. And I felt I just didn't have the energy to be playing a game, to be streaming for 6 hours straight. Sage says, more like creepless Cheshire, with all that lurking. Sage says, I'm also just deciding to torture myself by playing Bloodborne. Good luck! Well, Sleepless, by you playing Bloodborne, you can then tell me, whenever I get to playing Bloodborne on the channel again, you can tell me what to do. Or you can mock me for me playing poorly. Both are okay ideas. Sage says, I've been torturing myself playing Monster Hunter Worlds today. Monster Hunter Worlds or Monster Hunter Wilds? Let me take a look at these. Yeah, those in the chat, start thinking of what names you want these characters to have. I'm going to start deciding what classes I want. I don't want to just do Warrior, Thief, Black Mage, White Mage. Sage says, one thing about these early games, the classes have hidden stats. Sleep says, I don't think Sage can be cursed to play Wilds yet. Oh, wait, that's right. Wilds is the upcoming game, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot. Wilds is the upcoming game. So, Warrior, Thief, Mage, Black Mage, White Mage, Red Mage. Or, Warrior, Thief, Monk, Black Mage, White Mage. Okay. Can use a wide array of weapons and armor. Nimbly runs circles around opponents. Specializes in bare-knuckle attacks. Sage says, some do more hits per attack and other things like that. Damages opponents with black magic. Supports the party with white magic. Proficient in both black and white magic. Could I make an entire party of one class? That could be fun. I won't do that, because that'd be horribly imbalanced, but that could be pretty funny. Sage says you could. Okay, so I'm gonna definitely choose a monk. I want to have the monk. Sage Sleepless says, I was being serious about Billy the Warrior. I like red mages since they can be a good flex character. Monks are good, but their drawback is not a ton of armor. Sage says, oh wait, it's been so long, I need to do the 8-bit theater joke. Okay, well then, Sleepless, you've come up with a name, so we will have Billy the Warrior. They will be our first character. Sleepless says, warriors, while less damage than monks, have better armor. Use the same character. Yes, Billy the Warrior. I'll definitely use the monk. And yeah, I do want to have Red Mage. Hmm. I might keep the Black Mage just because they remind me of Vivi. I know that Vivi looks like Vivi because of the Black Mage in this game, but I saw Vivi first. Okay, so Monk, Warrior, Red Mage, Black Mage. I'll go with. So yeah, if you have any names that you want me to use for the characters, go ahead. Let me know. Sleep says, Raid Mage can do early game healing, but their heals will fall off toward the end of the midpoint when you luckily get advanced classes. Sage says, the Red Mages have a level cap for magic. White and black are specialists, obviously. Sleep says, can I be your RDM? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Red Mage. Oh, yes. Do you want me to just use name Cheshire? Yes, we will name the Red Mage Cheshire. All right. Then do I want the? Oh yeah, and to just Sleeps as Sage can be the Black Mage. Oh, that's a good idea. He is a Sage. Sage says can't call him the Sage because that class doesn't exist this game, not until 4, I think. Well, we can't just name a Sage Sage. We would have to name that Sage. We would have to name that Sage Geek. Okay, then for the monk. Actually, speaking of I believe that's right. I did make. Okay, that's right. I made the Final Fantasy emotes follower emotes, so everyone has them. So even if you're not sub to the channel, you should still have the Final Fantasy emotes if you want to use them. Sleep says you might get Sage in FF3. I don't 100% remember, but in a fair bit. That's fine. We'll see. We shall. We'll definitely get to seeing. I got a lot of games to go. Sleep says the only reason I think you might is because Dragon Quest 3 is Sage's 2. Sage says it's definitely the GBA remake. Okay. For this one, we have Billy, Cheshire, Sage. Dare I go with the classic? Dare I go with the classic? Gonna be very fun. So he says, Oliver! Yeah, okay, we have to. Gonna be very funny. Sage says, okay, bro, check the video games tab. We have time. Sure, will do. Alright. Begin game process party? Yeah, well, I kind of want to. Yeah, that's right. Ooh. The world lies shrouded in darkness. It always is. Sage says, I can't see the FF1 black belt with thinking of the guy who gets more lost than Zora and Ryoga combined. The winds die. It's the crystals again, is it? It's always the fucking crystals. In older Final Fantasies. The sea's rage. It's always someone's messing around with the fucking crystals, and it causes the world to enter it causes the apocalypse. Sage says, to be fair, this is the origin of the crystals. You make a good point. You make a good point. The Earth decays. I probably shouldn't be joking. I probably shouldn't be saying this until we get to like Bravely Default or like Final Fantasy V. But the people believe in a prophecy, patiently waiting its fulfillment. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. Oh gosh, that's bright. Something after a long journey, 4 young travelers did at last appear. Something I didn't realize until just, and in the hand of each was clutched a crystal. They're the ones who stole it. Yeah, something I didn't realize, because I mentioned that I added the Bravely Default games onto my list for First Fantasy because they're spiritual successors. I realized while I added them to my list, like looking at the box art for them, that I'm willing to bet because all the Final Fantasy games, well, because traditionally the Final Fantasy games feature like white box art, white box art with like black text and then like some artwork around it. I'm willing to bet that the Bravely Default games have black backgrounds and white text on their cover, intentionally as an inversion of that. Okay, exit, close menu, move, prime member. Okay. Sage says, nervous chuckle having started writing RPG story that involved crystals years ago. I don't see why he'd be nervous. Plenty of RPG stories with crystals. Sage says, actually, the white background didn't start until later. Oh, that's right, because it wasn't that way for the NES version. It started later. Let me talk to this guy. The king is searching for the prophesied warriors of light. Those crystals! You must see the king at once! Welcome, travelers. I am told you carry crystals. Is this true? Should have nicknamed one of these characters Crash Bandicoot. It's just as Lucard's prophecy foretold. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. Your Majesty, we cannot be certain that these are the warriors foretold by the prophecy. One of them isn't even an old bandicoot. Yet they stand before us with the crystals. I cannot dismiss this as mere coincidence. Crystal bearers, there is a task I would ask of you. Will you rest? So, my daughter's been kidnapped. Oh yes, you want us to restore the world balance? Something like that. You see, my daughter's been kidnapped. Garland, old knight once in his majesty's service, has abducted Princess Sarah. I ask for your aid in the name of his majesty, the king of Cornelia. Garland has taken refuge in the Chaos Shrine, which lies to our north. Of course, we did attempt to save the princess ourselves. Garland is the finest swordsman in the kingdom. We have none who can match him. I have heard that you wish to journey to the continent to our north. Ridgely North was lost long ago, making passage impossible. If you can rescue Sarah, I'll have the bridge rebuilt as a token of my gratitude. Go now, warriors of light, and don't fail me. Sage says, evil Princess Sarah. Wait, what? I hope you didn't just spoil something major in the game. Active. Oh, okay, they all say the same thing. Alright. Sage says, I apologize ahead of time, but I'll make so many 8-bit theater references. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I just have no idea what that is. This is Cornelia, the City of Dreams. Hi there, I'm a dancer. What's that? You want to dance with me? I did not expect Billy to be such a flirt. So, let me check. Okay, we have Billy, Oliver, Cheshire, and Sage. Default speed, walk, run! Default speed is run! Let's see, font style, modernize, new. We'll keep modernize. We'll go to arrangement. Alright. Okay. Sage says, man, the overall BGM and fight BGM are such nostalgia. Well, actually, oh, you know what? Let me check my character's stuff. Okay, Billy's got a knife. Oliver has a staff. Cheshire has a knife. I do know how much Cheshire likes to always carry a knife on him. Sage has a staff. I do know how much Sage always likes to carry a staff on him. Do I have any? I have 500 to go. Right. Oh, sweet, we can get nunchucks immediately? That quickly? Okay. Okay, they've got knives, staffs. Let me get a rapier. Sleepless, Sleepless, I know how much you like your knife, but you're getting a rapier. No. Sage says, sure, but how about sword chucks? Sage, this isn't... Sage, this is like 30 years before Ruby. What are you talking about? Okay. This is, finally, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Can tell you right now, Metal Gear Solid 2 is definitely a game I will get to next year. I will make sure to find some time to get to Metal Gear Solid 2. Because I really... I've had so many friends tell me that they're excited. I've had a couple of friends tell me that they are very excited to see me play it. Alright. Let me equip. Sage says, I'll be like Bruce Lee and Musashi combined. I'm such a genius. Well, I mean, you are an Omni Geek. Well, you are Omni Geek, so we kind of already knew that. No, I'll keep one of these knives, just in case I need it later. It's always good to have a good backup knife. Okay, well, what is... I'm guessing these are Magic schools. You're liking Cure, do you... Okay, so... Restores a little hit to one ally. Deals damage to all undead enemies, raises one ally's defense, raises caster evasion. Okay, let me learn some... time to learn some dark magic. So they've got 3 spell slots. Sleep, Focus, Thunder. And... there. Alright, that works. You know, I am curious. Everyone always talks about the... Let's take a peek at your reflection in the water. Oh, you're filthy. Use this to wash up. Rude. Like, there's the rumor going around that... Oh, these are... Okay, these are items. Well, I don't have enough for items, so I will just have to... Sage says, oh, by the way, 8-Bit Theater was a webcomic by Brian Clevenger, guy who writes Atomic Robo and did a couple projects for Model 2. Oh, okay. That is the source of these strange words you are saying. Yeah, we're gonna explore around a little bit and then see what the combat is like. Sage says, nice guy, big freaking nerd. That's a bit different of a battle theme than I was expecting. Here, I'll just normal attacks right now. Sage has bought space-themed socks from me once. You sell socks? Oh, that's the wrong place. Okay, I need to go to the side. Sage says, better get used to this battle theme. I mean, it's not bad. It's a good theme. I just wasn't expecting it. Sage says, I used to work at a place that had socks in their gift shops. Yes. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying for a second that you just hand make socks. That you would hand make socks. Okay, so we're gonna take a minute here. Like I said, and throughout this night, I'm gonna be counting down my favorite games of 2024, and just basically, I made a list of like 15 games, or my 15 or so game. Not, it's actually a little more than 15, but I've numbered it into 15. You'll see what I mean. 15 games I really enjoyed playing in 2024. Both games I played for the first time and new games I got, and games that came out in 2024. So, let me go ahead and start with number 15, which is Halo Reach. Had a lot of fun streaming, and part of that is really just because I got to play it in full multiplayer got to play it in multiplayer with some good friends, and got to experience the kind of bleak story. But I mean, Halo's story was already kind of bleak, but it was a really nice refinement to the Halo gameplay that I'd already experienced a couple of times over. And yeah, the main reason it got up so high was really just getting to play in multiplayer with some good friends, like a certain someone who might be in the chat right now. Excuse me. And not to mention, yeah, the single player and also all the multiplayer modes were were a lot of fun. Yeah, and like I said, this year was about me playing through games that I had said that I would play through, whilst I was or that I had long talked about playing on the channel, and this was one of them. People had said I should play Halo for quite some time, and they were right. It was a blast to play through all these games, and I will definitely. And now I wouldn't say I'm like a massive fan of Halo, but I do have a bit more interest in the series. Like when I can get the games installed on my PC, I will try to find some time to return to them, and I will probably find some. Yeah, like get some. There's a Halo tactical, like Halo war game that was released. A Halo tabletop war game that was released, and I'll probably try to get some miniatures from that, just because it'd be nice to have them. Yeah, that's number 15. Right. Now. How's everyone's health? Okay, everyone's health is looking okay. I'm guessing that shiny gold thing is what I need to go to. Okay, his strength is up. Oliver's luck is up. Cheshire's strength and luck are up. Sage's intellect is up. So it doesn't look like they get a lot of stat increases, but they do get some. Sage says, I forget if this game had front and back rows. Let's just check. No, it does not. I can rearrange... Yeah, I can rearrange everyone here, but... Okay, no, that's just the, Yeah, that's the castle. I definitely want to get some items before I go and go and find Garland. So she says, yeah, welcome to the era of grinding RPGs. Okay, I might want to start using magic now. Okay, so there's not a fight all option yet. So yeah, just to recap. So to recap, my list of favorite games so far. Number 15 was Halo Reach, and I'll return to that list and share what some of my other favorite games from this year as we go throughout this stream. Hey. Okay, yeah, they need some help. I'll probably head back and heal up. Let me head back and heal up, and then I'll... Yeah, I definitely want to get some... I definitely want to get some more items before I challenge, before I go fight Garland. I once lived to the east of here in the harbor city of Provoca. These days her turned to a pirate's den. Please rescue Lee's there. Will do. The king truly believes in Lucan's prophecy that the warrior's light will come to save the princess. Yep. So yeah, we're just gonna, I guess, just take a few minutes here for me to build up some gold so that I can get items, because I don't want to... Don't want to challenge Garland without some items to help me out. Let me actually... Probably will try to get... I guess I'll try to get to like 500 gold, then I'll buy some stuff. Yeah, I'll get to like 500 gold, then I'll get some stuff. Which means I've got quite a ways to go. Well, whilst I'm leveling up here, I guess I can go ahead and, Sage says the real challenge, Garland, is not getting tangled or messy when putting it on the tree. Yeah, especially especially if that tree is a demon. But well, I don't think we'll have to worry about that with this game. This isn't Final Fantasy V. But I guess whilst I am getting some more money here, I'll go ahead and count down some of my other favorite games from the year, from 2024. So, like I said, Halo Reach was number 15. And then number 14th favorite game I played this year. The Super Mario RPG remake. So actually the first, I started this game on December 31st, 2023. And beat it early in January. And I'll go ahead and say right now, out of the different Mario RPGs that got released over this year-long period, this one was definitely this one was my least favorite. But it wasn't bad. I mean, it's this high up. It was a lot of fun. But it was overall a very simple game, which was to its benefit and to its detriment. It was a lot of fun, but it didn't have as, like, the goofiness... It didn't have the goofiness or, It didn't have the goofiness of, like, Mario and Luigi games, or, the more grandiose, like, feel, or, like, the grand adventure feel of, like, Paper Mario. And so it was a fun game, and I do appreciate that. I do really like its, like, kind of chibi style that it gave, Mario and company. And yeah, it was quite a bit of fun, but it's kind of lower on the list compared to a lot of these other games because, well, I don't see myself really returning to it until just like maybe something many years from now when I think that I'd like to replay Mario RPG. Yeah, that's number 14. Still, I have to mention though, still overall a really fun game, a really good game, and I can see why. I can see like there's a couple of artists I know whose style was inspired by Mario RPG, and I can after playing this remake, I can definitely see why. Sage says Mario RPG could also count as FF game developed by Square and has an FF boss in it. Well, if I did that, then we just have to count. If I did that, then I would have to start counting Final Fantasy games that just are similar to Final Fantasy. So, if I counted Mario RPG, then I would just have to count like. Basically, I would have to count nearly any RPG because the gameplay in Mario RPG is very different from Final Fantasy, in that you actually have to you have to do button inputs for like every character's techniques. So, yeah, if I included Mario RPG on my list of oh, that's another thing to mention about why I like that game. Mario RPG was like Nintendo envisioned it as a game that would be like an RPG to kind of ease people into the genre, and like a lot of the other Mario RPGs. And it does a good job of that. It's a short, fun. It was a short, fun, kind of simple RPG that was like, and I appreciate that. Sage says, but I was only including it specifically because it's a Square JRPG. Well, no, Sage, if I included games on the first fantasy list because they were published by Square Enix, that would mean that I would have to include, or developed or published by Square Enix. That would mean I would have to include Square Enix's almost entire library of games, because not just like the big thing they do is RPGs, like the big series they're known for is Final Fantasy. It's Square Enix is a bit different from a company like Capcom in that they have a bunch of different series, but they are almost all RPGs. Like it is actually, I one of the when I was earlier this year, I took a look at what all active series, or what all series that Square has that is currently active, and like getting games or getting new releases. And if I did, and I realized like yeah, the staggering amount of series they have under that they own is RPGs. Like turn-based RPGs, action RPGs, a lot of turn-based RPGs, action RPGs, strategy RPGs, a lot of different ones. Sage says Saga Frontier series, FF Legends, Seiken Densetsu. Oh yeah, that brings up a point. For those wondering if I'm including games that aren't officially Final Fantasy, like the Bravely Default games, Triangle Strategy, and Fantasia Neo Dimension, if I'm including, some people had asked if I'm including those, why not include the Saga series or the Mana series? And the reason is because the Bravely Default, Triangle Strategy, and Fantasia Neo Dimension are spiritual successors to mainline Final Fantasy games. The Saga and Mana series did start out like being under Final Fantasy, but they started out as Final Fantasy spin-offs, and then after like one or two entries there, they then spun off into their own complete series. And they've reached like they've reached off into like such a different trajectory that if I were to include Saga or Frontier, I'd basically just adding on a completely different series onto this. It's kind of like if I were to show you Final Fantasy, like one of the turn-based Final Fantasies, Bravely Default side by side, you could definitely see a correlation there. If I were to show you like Secret of Mana or Trials of Mana side by side to like Final Fantasy 6 or 10, it would look like completely different things. Same with the Saga series. If I showed if I were to show you like the Romancing Saga 2 remake right next to like Final Fantasy 7 or 9, it would be like they would look like completely different series because that's what they've become at this point. That's what the Saga and Mana series have become at this point. Dang. A lot of goblins out here on these plains. Right? No, okay. I think I'll just save my magic because, well... Yeah, I'll save my magic because it doesn't look like I have any multi-target magic spells. So best to just save the mana and use normal attacks. Here, while I'm doing this, let me go ahead and count down. I'm moving... Because I'm really just, like, building up money in order to buy more items before I go challenge Garland right now. I'm kind of front-loading it by mentioning my favorite games, or counting down my favorite games of 2024. I was about to say 2014, but 2014 was a very different year. I have no idea what my favorite games would have been back in 2014. But anyway. So yeah, brief little recap. Number 15 was Halo Reach, 14 was Super Mario RPG, and 13, I would actually go and say, is Halo 2. Halo Reach was the Halo Reach was a slightly more fun, like multiplayer was a slightly more fun gameplay experience because I had three other people with me. Because I had three other people with me, and that was quite a bit of fun. But Halo 2 was I'd say that Halo 2, I put it above Halo Reach because it had the most interesting story to me. And Halo as a series does seem to be very interested in its story. Like the Arbiter sections of Halo's 2 were probably my favorite moments out of any Halo campaign. They're probably my favorite levels out of any Halo campaign. I really liked getting to play as Arbiter, as like this alien commando. And yeah, his story of like experiencing that story from like two different sides was a lot of fun. I'd say the reason why the Halo games don't move up is that while I did have a lot of fun with them, that two weapon system just really, I just could not get used to that two weapon system. Like I was able to play the game, and I can see why they went. I still understand why they went with that multiplayer. I just keep thinking back to all the times I really wanted to pick up a third cool weapon, but I then had to stay there and decide, like, do I want which of these cool weapons do I have to drop? But still a lot of fun. Still a lot of fun. It's just that compared to other FPSs I've played that have, like, allow you to carry more weapons, I'll kind of always prefer that system. So yeah, that's 15 was Halo Reach, 14 Super Mario RPG, 13 Halo 2. Great. You know what? Okay, I've got 300 gold. That's enough. Let me rest up, buy some items, and then I'll head over to and then I'll go fight Garland. Not kill Chaos, because that's Garland. That's Jack's job, and he's not here yet. Get out of here, bot. Get out of here. Okay, to the kettle store. I guess I'll get, like... Oh. That took, like, most of my money. Partially restores the party's health, can only be used in the field. Okay, I'll get, like, 2 of those. Oh, the sleeping bag only restores your health. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot more money to do this. Alright, let's just rush on over to, wherever Garland is. Okay, can I set the... Walk, run, yeah. Change the movement speed in towns and dungeons. Darn. Okay, so he walks on the field. Darn it. So let me find this building where Garland's at. Hooray! The mountains are kind of blocking us up here. Is it? Okay, I'm guessing it's. You know, I'm gonna guess it's the tower that I can. That seems to be the only place I can go to. Oh, dang it. Chaos Shrine. Oh, Jack must be in here killing Chaos. Must be in here fighting Chaos. Stranger of Paradise is on my list for games I'll play for First Fantasy. That's going to be very interesting when I get to that. Oh, hello. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your party with your bat friends. The king will have no choice but to exchange the kingdom for his daughter's life. Cornelia will be mine. Who's there? Us. Huh, the king's lapdogs. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? You really think you have what it takes to cross swords with me? Very well. I, Garland, will knock you all down. Alright, let's go. Attack. Attack. You know what? I'll save their magic to heal. Yeah, you two just keep attacking. Let's see. Oh, Billy needs some help. Sage, oh crap, you're here. Yes, I am. Sage says, did I miss the line? Maybe. You did miss Garland partying with his bat friends. Sage says what Garland says right before you fight. Oh yeah, you missed that. Everyone's helped this. Okay, you know what? Sage needs some healing. Well, I mean, Sage, you weren't here, but Sage was. So you were. So in a way, you were here for that line. Well, you might have been the ultimate swordsman, Garland, but you But unfortunately for you, one of my people wields magic, another a hammer, and the other fists. Sire says the original translation had him saying, "I got him with Akio." Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said that. What do we do about the bats, though? So now what do we do? Uh, oh, oh, good, she's awake. You've come to rescue me? I am Prince Sarah, Princess of Cornelia. Words can never be enough to thank you. That's the first time anyone's ever defeated Garland. How did you defeat him in a sword fight? Oh, we did it. I just punched him a lot. Yes, and I just hit him over the head with my hammer. And I shot magic at him. You must allow me to show my gratitude. Please accompany me to Castle Cornelia. What do we do about all the bats? Don't worry about them. Thank you for returning my daughter to my side. There can be no doubt that you are the warriors of light from Lucan's prophecy. How could you have done it? How did you beat Garland? Well, actually, it was pretty easy, sir. Tell me, how did you all fight him? Oh, well, of course, well, of course, what do you mean? That's simple. I rolled up my entire army up to his front doorstep. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. And then I had each soldier individually fight him 1v1. What? What? Well, yes, that's how you're supposed to fight. He said he challenged us to battle, and it just felt rude. It just felt a tad rude to fight him, send my entire army after him all at once when it was just himself. Now, what about the bats? What about the bats? Oh, those things. Well, they weren't really fighting. They were just more like making bat noises. So, I mean, it didn't really count. Anyway, tell me, how did you defeat him? Through the power of friendship. Okay. Anyway, did you say there was some sort of prophecy you need to tell us? Oh, right. You should hear the prophecies entirely. If I may. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. If they cannot gather the shards of light, the darkness will consume all. The 4 crystals will never shine again, at least until the next Final Fantasy game. And the next one. And the next one. The next one. The next one. And then Bravely Default. Now, I hear that a crystal can be found on the continent to our north. Restoring light to that crystals is our only hope of ridding the world of the monsters which plague it. I will have the bridge to the north rebuilt, as promised. I pray that you succeed in restoring light to the 4 crystals, and to the world. Says the darkness, the man who did I Believe in a Thing Called Love. This lute has been entrusted to the Princess of Cornelia for many generations. When he adopted me, Garland took this lute as well. I want you to have it. It may aid you on your journey. I've gotten a lute! How deluteful! The dancing girl in town knows many odd bits of information. If you find yourself astray, try talking to her. She may know something that can help you back on course. Yes, of course, the dancing girl. Well, then let us go see her. Orders from His Majesty. We're to do our part to fulfill Lucan's prophecy. That's some pretty nice water they got there. Oh, wait, sir. Sir, what does this bridge have to do with the prophecy? Probably should have asked that before we built it. The four warriors of light are here. They're here in Cornelia. Okay. Oh, I've got a bit more money now because because I robbed Garland. Hmm. Well, let me rest up first. Hmm. Yes. I don't think I can get too much. Let me maybe see if the... No, okay. Nothing more advanced I can get there. Alright, I'll have to go to another town. Hi there, I'm a dancer. What's that? You want to dance with me? So why are you still here? We're supposed to be crossing that bridge to the north. Okay. Oh, duh. Dang. Let me leave. Hmm. What's happening? Oh. That's that's a bit different of you. And so their quest began. Oh, excuse me. And so their quest began. As the four warriors of light, they felt overwhelmed by the great task destiny had placed before them, and all the references to a webcomic that they hadn't heard of before. They did not even know the true significance of the four crystals they held in their hands, or why they kept being referred to by this webcomic. The crystals that once long ago held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time of their journey had come. The time to cast off the veil of darkness and bring the world once more into light. The time to save the four crystals of light, so that they would never, ever, ever be threatened again. Okay? Stations, the classic post-prologue opening crawl. Nope. Wolves! Never mind, not that big a deal. So, okay, I've got a map here. There's a pretty, well, a decent sized map. Looks like there's a town there's an area up to the north I can go to. Let me try going there. It's just a single wolf. Oh no, it's a cave. Latoya's cave, alright. Room. Frontward, backwards, any way you see. Such a strange spell to swish swisheree. Linsna lecknack, swish swisheroo. And I want him on our team. We can't bring him on our team. We don't know what his class skills are. Ouch! Ouch! My eye, my eye! Ouch! I can't see a blasted thing without my crystal eye. Who could have stolen it from me? Well, since she can't notice us taking this stuff, why not? Grab some potions and antidotes here. Guess I'll need to find her eye and bring it back to her. So, whilst I'm on the road making my way towards my next location, I'll go ahead and say the next of my favorite games. The next of my favorite games from this year. So, recapping, I'm going to do this every time I reveal one of the new ones. Every time I count down a game, I'll reveal what the I'll remind what the previous ones were, or recap what the previous ones were. So yeah, number 15 was Halo Reach. 14 was Super Mario RPG in 2023. 13 was Halo 2. And number 12 is Warhammer 40k Space Marine. A lot of great games. Played a lot of great games where you fought as like a. I played a lot of great games this year where you fought as like a super soldier in power armor, fighting off an alien bug horde. Yeah, the 40k, like its story was overall pretty simple, and which I didn't mind, but Space Marine 2 really sold it sold the scale of 40k very well, because like you went to these really massive areas that like had 40k that just had really captured the feel of like the worlds that are on 40k. And also playing as the main reason why I'm ranking it higher than the other games is just how fun the gameplay was. It was very similar to like how Space Marines 1's gameplay was, but they added a bit more onto it. It felt really good. Just the combination of melee attacks and like a third-person shooter and third-person action. How they managed to like have you bounce between the two of them. All the different weapons you got to equip or switch between. And I mean, I only really barely got to the multiplayer, but from what I played, it was quite a bit of fun. And that's another thing for it. It's like there's so many different modes in this game, from the single-player mode, which I played through, to the co-op mode, where you could get together with some friends and like go through these co-op missions, to like the versus multiplayer. And from what I've heard, the single-player mode that I played the most of was actually the least fun of those three modes, which means I definitely want to play those other modes even more when I get the chance. Yeah, I was excited for Space Marine 2 because it got because I wanted a 40k action game, and a decent 40k action game, and it delivered exactly what I wanted. A decent 40k action game. Now, it's not any higher because it really only delivered on the exact expectations I had for it. Like, I was expecting a decent 40k action game, but with the amount of money, and but with the amount of budget behind this, they definitely had a chance of like to expand that into being a really great 40k game by like adding on to the story, or like making being more in depth with the story or something, or being more in depth with the story, maybe improving the boss fights. But even though they didn't, it was a lot of fun to play. So yeah, 40k Space Marine 2. That's number 12. Sage needs a bit of healing. Everyone else is fine, but Sage needs a bit of healing. Right, so that means everyone's leveled up to level 5. Everyone's kind of leveling up at the exact same pace. Yeah, everyone's leveling up at the exact same pace, with each other. That is not a worm. That thing has fangs. Ah, well, it could be what classifies as a worm here. I keep attacking. Cure on Billy. Okay, good. Anything here? Nope, just fine. Oh, it's just a lizard. A lizard, a very strange looking lizard. Alright, no, I need Cheshire to heal up Billy. What? No, I tried to tell you to heal up Billy. Okay. Yeah, cure on Billy. Oh geez, that's a lot of damage. Okay, I'll need to heal up Sage next turn. So yeah, just a little recap of my favorite games of the year so far. Number 15 was Halo Reach. 14 was Super Mario RPG, Super Mario RPG remake. 13 was Halo 2, and 12 was Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Oh. Well, looks like I found the next town. Let me save here first. Okay, Provoca. I think this is the town that someone mentioned that became a den for pirates. Please help us! Those blasted pirates are run around looting and pillaging like they own the place. I'm not sure if I have enough money to get anything. Oh, well, okay. I can get Blizzard. Sure. Hammer, broadsword, battle axe, scimitar. Okay. I'll need to save a bit of money in order to get these. Is there any white magic I can get? Blindness, silence. Reduces lightning damage by half of the entire party. Raises an ally's evasion. Okay, no. I'll have to get more money to get anything. So, our health is fine. I guess it's you. You're the pirates.
Aye, you got cannonballs of steel to be taken on the great pirate BK. He'll haul them, me boys.
Arr.
Aye, aye, Captain, we'll make their bones go crunch.
There's a lot of pirates. Hmm. Hmm. So they have nine attacks to start. It's now 7 attacks. Well, Sage could do with some more health. I want to save their but I want to save their magic. Yeah, I want to save their magic. Well, Oliva could use a little bit more health as well. Okay, no. We'll use Cure. Yeah, just 2 more pirates left. They'll be fine. Yeah, so what were you saying about It's about killing us?
And I'd be most sorry, young masters. I'll be making no more fuss, I swear. But won't you take me ship for your troubles? Can you find it in your heart to forgive an old, weak, feeble, pitiable pirate?
I guess we could do so if we get a ship out of it.
I've had myself a change of heart, me sirs. I plan to buckle down and be the hardest worker in town. Ye believe me, don't ye?
No, but we did get a ship. Okay. No, I can't get one of those yet. Can I sell? I'll sell that. Let me see if there's any maybe weapons or armor I could get. Okay. He's got the hammer. Scimitar, I could use that. Okay, equip. Attack is 15, 19, 13, 8. Okay. Let me go buy let me buy a scimitar. And I will sell off the hammer. And I should not blow all my money immediately. So now that I've got a ship... Move, move. Thank you. Okay. Let me... Oh, there be me boat. You know what? We should heal up. We should heal up before we get on that boat, so that I'm ready whenever the event, or so that I'm ready whenever the eventual giant squid attacks. Right. So I'm going to take a short break right here. I get back, I'm going to get on that boat and we'll see. And then I will continue counting down my favorite games of the year. Okay. Right. I think I've got everything I can get about now. So let's go. I guess we'll set sail. That didn't take long. Ah. Guess so. Just use normal attacks for now. Yeah, just normal attacks right now. Hooray! Yeah, hold on. Second. Apparently there's like... I have a guide pulled up just to know where I'm supposed to go, and... Yeah, it was mentioning that there's a puzzle minigame on the ship? That's why I was stopping there for a moment. The guide I was looking at was just like, now that you have the ship, you could do a puzzle minigame. It's like, what? Play 50 puzzle. Sure. Okay. I guess it's a slide puzzle game. Oh, okay. I probably need to arrange everything. Yeah, I need to arrange all these in order. I don't know if this is something that was made for the remake, or if this is like... Oh, I think I see. Okay. So he says, I killed a Bloodborne boss. Congrats! Say says, I don't remember this being in the game. Yeah, apparently, so, for those just watching, the guide I was looking at said, oh, hey, now that you've got your ship, you can do the puzzle minigame. I was like, wait, what? And it said, what you have to do is, well, on the ship, hold down the confirm button, so, in this case, A, and then rapid fire press B, the cancel button, and it would bring up this mini game, or slide puzzle mini game. And it's everyone's favorite, the sliding block puzzle. Yeah, it's everyone's favorite, the sliding block puzzle. So what I have to do is rearrange all these in order. So yeah, I need to... Let me just get them in proper order here. So excuse me for a second whilst I... Yeah, I did not know... I got curious because it was just like, yeah, didn't you know about the I got curious because I'd never heard anything about this. And any of the Final Fantasy games I played where you go on a ship, I never knew about, like, a sliding block puzzle. Okay, let me try. There. Yeah, alright. Hmm. Okay, so now I gotta rotate these. Oh dear. Hmm. Okay, that's that one in place. And I can move that one in place. So it's just, there's blocks numbered 1 to 15, just arrange them in the right, arrange them properly. And according to the guide, I could get actually a lot of money this way. But Sleepless, you were saying that you killed Bloodborne. I think you said earlier that you killed 2 of the bosses already. So I guess that means you've defeated 3 bosses, which is about more than I've ever beaten in Bloodborne. So, congrats! Oh dear, running out of space. So I'm at 3 bosses beat. Yes. Okay, I'm running out of space here, don't it? Hmm. Yeah, alright. Okay, I need to... Oh gosh. Hmm. Alright. Okay, so... Dang it. There, right. No, that might not work as well, either. I can slide multiple of them over at once, but... There, alright. 12. Twelve, 13. No, that's kind of slide them along. There, dang it. Okay, 19, 11. Yep. That 14 block is causing me problems. I'm just imagining that all 4 of the Warriors of Light are just stopped. They stopped sailing and are just waiting, sitting in the middle of the ocean, like rearranging these blocks. Okay, so 13. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, there. 10. Actually, no, wait, I should have done this. No. There, that works. That's gonna block this 15 in. Right, yeah, there. Mm. Wait, okay, that's 13, 14. Okay, 10. Alright, I'm gonna need to, like, rearrange this completely. Right, so... Okay, it's 9, 10... 13 and 14 we need to move over to this side, so... Yeah, 13, 14 we need to move over to this side, so... Nope. Oh, dang it. No, let me rearrange these again. Oh, that's not good. Okay. It's 9, 10, 13, 14. Okay. Dang it. There. There we go. All right. Continue 50 puzzle? No. And I think that's actually supposed to get me. Apparently that puzzle is timed. But... 15 puzzle, no. But I see no indication of its timer. I see no indication of a timer. I'll try it once more to see if I do get any money from this, but that'll be it. Because this is... I don't want to spend the whole stream just counting a block puzzle. So I need 1, 2, 5, and 6 here. Yeah, I need 1, 2, and 5, and 6 there. Alright. Actually, no, I'll just exit it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that again. So, let me go ahead and count down. Let me go ahead and count down another one of my favorite games from this year. So again, just to recapping again, number 15 was Halo Reach, 14 was Super Mario Bros. RPG, the remake, 13 was Halo 2, 12 was Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, and number 11 was Metroid Zero Mission. This one is a pretty simple one. This was a pretty simple one. I really like Metroid. I love the whole style and feel of Metroid. And, well, this was out of the Metroid games I played, which is about four, I'd probably say this is my least favorite of the Metroid games I played, but that's specifically a least favorite. And it was still a really fun Metroid game, and I honestly could not. I know that Zero Mission is a remake of the original NES Metroid, and I honestly could not imagine going back to NES Metroid after playing Zero Mission. It was like it was because it was so short. It was like because it was so short, it was just like really quick, fast pace, and just like big moment to big moment throughout the game. And yeah, as sort of like a Metroid that it could like beat in a whole day, it was really nice. Again, not as didn't enjoy as much as any of the other Metroid games I played, but it still was a lot of fun. I mean, y'all know me. I do love me Metroid. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond is probably one of my three most anticipated. Slight top three for brief top. I guess top five. Top five games I most anticipated for in 2025. In no particular order. This is just the 5 games I'm the most excited for. Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. The Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remakes. I'm playing a little. I'm slowly playing my way through I'm playing a little bit of the Dragon Quest 3 remake in my spare time. We'll play that on stream, but whilst I wait to get the chance to play that on stream, I am playing a bit of it in my spare time, and I'm having a lot. And it has been quite a bit of fun. So I can't wait to see what they do for the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remakes. Shantae Advanced Risky's Revolution. Excited. It's a new Shantae game. I like me new Shantae. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, because now that I'm obsessed with Metroid. That's just guaranteed. Yeah, now that I'm obsessed with Metroid and I've played Metroid Prime 1, I'm really interested to see like what advances they make to that game's gameplay. And the fifth, I would say, the other, well, I guess Dragon Quest 1 and 2 count as one, but the other most anticipated game I'm excited for. Maybe that Ninja Gaiden remake. The Onimusha and Okami remakes look really good, but I don't know how far off we are from getting those. On Yakuza Like a Dragon, I'm definitely going to play that when I get the chance, but I need to play through a whole bunch of other Yakuzas first. That Ninja Gaiden game, I've wanted to take a deep dive into like the Ninja Gaiden games for some time. That's one of those series that I haven't really played any of the games, but I would like to play some of them, especially the 3D action games. And well, new 2D Ninja Gaiden game by the developers of Blasphemous. That's definitely something I'm interested in. But and then once I get back to counting games, the ones I've said so far were numbers 15 through 11. So when I get back, next game I mentioned, that will be the start of my top 10 favorite games from this year. I'll have used fire. Wizard. Me. Okay. You know, I'll go ahead and... No, I'll wait a little bit to start the top 10. I'll wait a little bit to start the top 10. Just a side note, though, to let y'all know, like, how many games are consideration of this. So some of the games that I... Of course, every game I played through, fully played through, which I think is, like, after beating Mario and Luigi Brothership is like 35. There were 35 playthroughs I did this year. And then in addition to that, there's a couple of games that, like, multiplayer games that I played a lot of. And then also, like, some games that I played through a lot of, but didn't get the chance to, but haven't beaten, or didn't beat them. Like, I ended the playthrough before beating them. Like, Dark Souls is one of those. Dark Souls I didn't beat, but I played enough to where it's in consideration for this. Oh gosh, I need to really heal Oliver. Wait, did I just say an attack? No, cure. Cure Oliver. Does magic have charges in this? I guess he doesn't. I guess the MP bar hasn't invented yet, and instead it's like Dungeons and Dragons. Sage says, "Yep." So this really is like Dungeons. This really is like Dungeons and Dragons, where each spell has a number of charges. So it's not like I don't refill. I only have so many charges for each spell. They don't pull from the same MP bar. Dang, this really do be like like a Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, I'm gonna stop at Cornelia to heal up everybody. Well, I do think that works for like a more D&D, like a game that's more strictly following D&D rules, but I do think for Final Fantasy's case, the MP bar was a improvement over this. So says, honestly, this game is basically a D&D video game. That's what I heard, and it actually was one of the games I was considering playing for D&D Delights. It was one of the games I had considered playing for D&D Delights. I decided not to because I was already going to be playing this as part of First Fantasy. And yeah, you're really right. Down to like creating your class of characters. Those character classes are like healer, wizard, jack of all trades between healer and wizard, the thief, the monk, and the fighter. Like a lot of those classes match up pretty well with early D&D classes. So it's just a lot basically ripped from the PHB and Fiend Folios and... Okay, well, we got a lot of... Yeah, I'll go buy some more items. I think items are going to be very important. I will buy 1 Phoenix down. I do kind of wish you had, like, you don't have enough money. Damn. I'm too poor to sleep at the end. I know what the Pixel remaster here is designed to be like, very faithful to the original. But I do kind of wish they kind of expanded on like the list of the number of appearances that you could have for these little characters. I don't know if original Dragon Quest 3 I think original Dragon Quest 3 had it to where you only had like male and female variations of the different classes. But the remake of Dragon Quest 3 actually does expand on that. You have like multiple hair types and hair colors, which is pretty nice. Alright. Dang, that's some nice water. Sorry, I'm in awe of this because I'm looking at this and realizing that if if I develop a 2D video game, I might have to make this. Depending on what kind of games I make, I might have to make this, that whole, all that. Feel the water. I'm sure it's just I'm sure it's just like a small sprite texture, like that they just repeat continuously, but still. Right. So. Check to see. Actually, I'm going to go talk to that dancer girl and see if she knows where I should go. Everyone's health's looking okay. Sleepless, it's finally time to plate my roast. Enjoy your roast, Sleepless. I hope it's the most roast that a roast can be. Yes, let me go talk to... I'll need to get in the habit of talking to the dancer girl to kind of figure out where I'm supposed to go. Everyone's health looking fine. How much money do? Okay, I got plenty of money now. I can rest here. Hey, what does she have to say? Have you been to the Western Keep? They say the crown from the Mars Cave can restore the Fallen Keep. Okay. Thanks. Can I have this dancer girl be a party member? She knows everywhere we're supposed to go. Maybe the dancer girl is secretly like the goddess of this setting. And she's just like pointing us to where we... Like, no, listen, if you want to save my life, you'll need to go here next, okay? Yeah, I'll just keep doing normal attacks. I don't want to... Let me save my magic for when we're dealing with larger, more dangerous groups of enemies. Like that! Okay, cure... No, I don't think I need to cure anyone yet. And lightning. Oh, okay, bye. Alright, here. I'll go ahead and... After this fight, I'll go ahead and say what my 10th favorite game from this year was. Now that I know that characters only have, like, a limited number of spell slots, instead of this working like the MP bar, I'm gonna try to be even more careful with my magic, or more judicious with my magic. Because it's not a simple case of, like, just using up the MP bar and then, using the MP bar and then restoring MIP. Okay, I guess I'll save here. So yeah, okay. recapping again, number 15, favorite games of 2024. 15 was Halo Reach. Remember, this is games I played for the first time. Games I either played through or played a lot of for the first time in 2024, or games that released in 2024 that I played through or played a lot of. So number 15 was Halo Reach. Number 14 was Super Mario RPG, the remake. 13 was Halo 2. Number 12 was a Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Number 11 was Metroid Zero Mission. And number 10 was Crow Country. I was I was very excited for this game ever since it was announced, but after playing it, all my it exceeded my expectations. This has now become, if someone were to ask me, "Hey, I want to play a horror game for the first time, but I don't know where to start," this would probably be the game I'd start them with, even over like this or Resident Evil 4, like the original original Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 remake, or this game. Well, actually, even then, I'd probably say original Resident Evil 4, just because that one will be. Well, actually, no, well, both are good, but I think that it's a great idea to play original Resident Evil 4, even more, even though I like the remake more. Yeah, this game is it is a it's just the right length for a horror game. It's a bit on the easier side, but I didn't mind that. And it had this wonderful atmosphere of like this kind of goofy amusement crow themed amusement park with like a fairy tale land and under the sea area, and like a spooky woods, but it did play it up for horror pretty well. Like the monsters designs were like very macabre, and the gameplay of like it had that a really fun gameplay of like just needing to stand. I need to actually aim my shots at the monsters. And gosh, just there were so many small little things they had here that where I had to keep making important decisions about what I wanted to do. It was like there were all the containers strewn around the park that you could open to potentially get more items, but you'd have to shoot it open, which would cost a bullet. Or like all the times that like all the times the enemies would burst into an area, or like I'd revisit for an area only for the enemies to be stronger, or variations I hadn't dealt with. Yeah. The only I'd say the only issue really with it was just like probably the chandelier trap. Like the game has a lot of traps, and well, yeah, actually the traps in general. The traps they don't really aren't really scary. They're just really kind of annoying to deal with. The traps in conjunction with the enemies do make like dealing with an enemy a bit more annoying. But like the enemies, like sometimes you'll kill enemies and they'll go away, or like they might respawn or like new enemies might fill the area where they were once you re-enter an area. The traps are always there. They will always respawn, and they will and they're always annoying to deal with. But yeah, the story to this game was really fun. Like the whole mystery and intrigue of like what's going on with this park. Who is this main character? Like, what happened to the crow guy that what happened to Mr. Crow, the owner of Crow Country? And again, just like it had like this spooky atmosphere, but it still was just like this enjoyable theme park to where I could see why someone would want to play the mode where it removes all the monsters and just has you go through the park and complete the puzzles. I'm sure that would be quite a bit of fun. But yeah, this is up there as like one of the great new indie horror games that released, because this is up there as one of the great new indie horror games that's released, and I would say this would be a contender for indie horror game for a horror game of the year, right alongside some other greats like Mouthwashing and well, Mouthwashing is probably the big one. I think that's the one a lot of people would consider horror game of the year. Yeah, this was just it was a great indie horror game, and just a really good like send up to older Resident Evil games. And yeah, just if someone were to if someone were to ask me like what horror game to start with, if someone were to say, "Hey, I'm not sure if I'd want to try out a horror game, but I'm not sure what I should start with," I would say either original Resident Evil 4 or this game, or Resident Evil 4 remake. But yeah, just if they don't want to play the Resident Evils, then yeah, we'll definitely go with this game. It's if you haven't played it, If you haven't played it and you like survival horror, definitely get Crow Country. It is very much worth it. And that's number 10. So yeah, we're now in the top 10 favorite games I played this year. Oh, a town. Can't enter from there. Hmm. Let me heal up you. Actually, you know what? Let me heal up Sage. Sage needs some healing. There. Thought I healed you. You must have damaged them. Hmm. Okay. Let me try. No, I've only got one more spell there. I'll need to go to that town quickly and heal ourselves up. Good. Oh, fine. I'm gonna guess this area is populated by elves. Just a feeling.
I just don't know what we can do. Please help our prince. We haven't, we're just, you don't even know who we are.
Rest, please.
100 gil?
Why do all the inns always get more expensive? The inns always get more expensive in RPGs. Starting to think this whole inn is inn business is a kind of a maybe have some problems with it. Got some money. Okay, 1192. Yeah, we can definitely get some cool stuff there. Hmm. So there's a fewer people who are able to make it to later game towns. They need to charge more to stay afloat. Gosh, there was a really funny webcomic from a series I read back in the day, a long time ago, that had a comic like that. That was basically like they need, like that talked about how it was like parodying RPGs, and it talked about how the economy relied on adventurers be like a flood of people going out on journeys thinking that they were the heroes of the world to like keep the businesses afloat. Okay. Can I get Crocier? 16. Okay, I'll get that for you. Saber. I'll get two of them. So let me equip you with Saber. Iron Nunchaku. And another. And. Saber. And I'll sell some of this stuff. Now I can get. Oh gosh, I've only got about 400 gil. Dang it. Weapons are expensive. Stuff is expensive in this game. So yeah, just to, and I'll be doing this throughout the stream. But yeah, to recap my favorite games, I've mentioned so far. Number 15. Oh, let me pull up the list. Number 15 was Halo Reach. Number 14 was Super Mario RPG, the remake. 13 was Halo 2. 12 was Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Number 11 was Metroid Zero Mission. And number 10 was Crow Country. So I'll be mentioning all. So in a few minutes, I'll say what number 9 was. Fyra Hold Thundara Fokara. So to minimize the grinding, there are settings in the Pixel remasters double or even quadruple EXP/kill drops. Really? Oh, I think I saw something like that. Hold on. Control settings boost. Encounters. Says default number encounters. Well, I'll just set that on. Changing amount of experience during the battle. Changing the amount of guild in taking battle. I might change that. You know, I might change that to 2. I like that these settings are. I do like that the settings are here because it means that you can not only make the game easier, you can also make it a lot harder. Yes, I'll do that.
I am a sage. But you can't be Sage. Sage is right here, talking to you. When the time is right, the future is revealed to me. I shall wait patiently until then.
There are none of my students do not lose heart brave words. Okay.
Sage says, what's this, an imposter?
Sage, someone's trying to take your name. As our main mythical surely party, you should give them a try. You'll be surprised. Oh, there's like multiple white magic stores. Okay. Might not be able to get to... Oh, multiple... There's multiple magic stores. Reduce ice habit by half, cures silence, fear, cures poison. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Okay, well they said heal their prince, but... Oh, our boats... Where's my boat at? Okay, it's over there. Okay, not too far off. That's right. The dangerous girl said I need to go to the marsh cave. Just normal attacks. Yeah, and we did get quite a bit of gold there. So, let me rest up and I'll go ahead and make my way towards that marsh cave. Yeah, I'll go ahead and head to the marsh cave. Let me save right outside here. It is going to be very interesting when I do get to fully play through Dragon Quest III Remake on the channel, because I will definitely be comparing it to this game, because these are both like remakes or remasters of very early NES RPGs, or of NES RPGs. My gosh, there's a lot of wolves. Yes, I'll go and use fire, and I'll have them go and use thunder. Okay, only 3 wolves left. Hmm. There's 1 wolf left. There we go. Probably gonna go ahead and need to, yeah, I might need to go ahead and use one of our sleeping bags. There. Now let's find this cave. Hmm. So it is interesting going through this game and seeing how much of the series staples aren't here. Like, I'm willing to bet the summons aren't going to be in this game, so we won't be seeing Shiva, Ifrit, or Ramu. Or Bahamut. Yeah, it's very interesting to see, like, what from this game has stayed throughout future Final Fantasies, and then what has been added onto it, what has been added onto this from other games. Stations, nope, summons weren't a thing until at least 3 or 4. Alright, so everyone's up to level 9. How's everyone's health looking? Yep. Okay. Hopefully this is a place where we need to go. Yeah, I'll go and use this. I'll try putting all the enemies to sleep. Oh, that thing's healing. There. And, okay, so sleep didn't work at all. Yeah, sleep did not work at all. Do I have... Okay, antidote. There. Wait. I used an antidote on him. Cures poison... Yeah. Is... Yeah, that's the Marsh Cave. Just had to check it before I save right here. There. Hi, Bat. Hey, that's not... That gray isn't gray, that thing is blue! Okay, well that name is accurate. Oh, our physical attacks aren't doing too much damage to it. Okay. Probably need to use Magic against it. Yeah, let me use Magic. I'll try Fire. Oh, he's poisoned. Dang it, Billy's poisoned again. I've only got one antidote, so... Okay, two spiders. I feel like this is gonna be the poison dungeon. Between the spiders and the poisonous slimes. And how everything is green. Alright, so let me go ahead and, whilst I'm making way down this cave, let me go ahead and say another one of my favorite games from this year. So, okay, so recapping again, number 15th favorite game this year was Halo Reach. 14th was the Super Mario RPG remake. 13 was Halo 2. 12 was a Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. 11 was Metroid Zero Mission, and 10 was Crow Country. And next, okay, my ninth favorite game this year wasn't really a game, it was more so a collection, but I'm counting it because, well, if the Game Awards can count it, then I can too. The Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Arcade Classics. I will be upfront and say that I've learned while playing these games online that I am not good at them. However, it was a lot of fun. Even though I'm not good at these games, they are a lot of fun, and it is the amount of stuff, and it's one of those things. It's one of those things where the style really helps it out. Just it's a collection of it's a really well made collection of games that are, of some games that are very important to fighting game history, and just have it released in such a well made package, and have all these games available to where you can play them online with people. It's been amazing. Even for someone like me who's not good at the games and is constantly getting his ass kicked in them, it's still pretty great. There have been multiple times where I just, like, after, on one of my days where I'm not streaming, I would hop online and I just play some matches in this. I would lose every single match, but was still having a lot of fun. But yeah, and again, this isn't, I'm not pointing out any single game from this, it's really more so the collection itself, because having this whole collection here is really, yeah, having this whole collection available on all systems is just very nice to have. And it is a whole bunch of, there's a lot of people who are really good at this, but they are a bunch of really fun fighting games. Right. Oh gosh. I might need to go back to town and get more antidotes. Yeah, I might need to reload my save from outside this dungeon, go back to the town and get antidotes. A whole bunch of antidotes. Oh geez, he's not looking good. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to... Let me load up my save. Scourge Ripper says, yo, not staying long, but wanted to hop in and say Happy New Year real quick. Hey, Scourge, Happy New Year! Hey, it hasn't reached, it's not 2025 for me yet. I've still got a couple of hours left, but Happy New Year for you! Yeah, hope 2025 treats you, hope your 2025 treats you well. Finally, I'm gonna get to show that jerk Shrek. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Although his hair looks a lot nicer than I remember. Stir says, well, yeah, it's only 9:30 here too, but I just wanted to go ahead and say wish hello. No, you're fine, you're fine. I wasn't sure what time zone you were in, so... Sage says, squishies. Yes. Yes, Sage. Whatever that means. Squishies. I don't know what here. Just a second. Gonna correct something. There, so yeah, everyone following the channel should you should have some of the follower emotes available to you, but now y'all can use those emotes, but now once you're subscribed, y'all can use those follower emotes across on any channel on Twitch. And you also get the subscriber emotes. Sage says, "How dare! Look, I really want Look, it cost me a lot of money to have the. It cost me a lot of money to hire the amazing artist that made these emotes. So I'm gonna make sure as many people as possible have them, so that as many people who want to use them use them." Also, it means you don't have to deal with ads. Which, I have to keep the ads because it's a little bit of money. I have to keep the ads up because it's a little bit of money, which is helpful, but I can understand I can understand how annoying it is that, like... I can understand how annoying it is to have the ads playing, and some of y'all probably don't have the money to spend on some streamer that you watch, like, maybe once every month. So, sure, if I've got the spare money, I'm fine with doing that. Skirr says, "Ooh, thanks. Yeah, no problem." I've mentioned this before, but honestly, if I could change anything about Twitch, well, there's a couple of things. I'd tell Twitch to be nicer to VTubers, because I'd tell Twitch to be nicer to VTubers. But one of the things I would do is I would definitely if I could change stuff for Twitch, I'd make it so that the emotes are just, when you follow a channel, you get the emotes, and you can just use them across any channel. I'd still keep the ad things in play. I'd still keep the ads in play, because those do help. That does encourage subscriptions, and it does encourage subscriptions. But I would make it so. So it says, "It's wild that YouTube has been in more hot water recently with VTubers than Twitch." Really? The hell did YouTube do? Because from I haven't been able to keep up to date on the situation, but from what I've heard, that, like, yeah, but from what I've seen, Twitch has been really causing problems for VTubers. Sleep says, "Damn near every week it seems they're taking down VTuber VOD channels." Oh, okay, yeah. No, I have heard about some of that. Uh-oh. Sage says, "Okay, gotta head out now. Happy New Year." Alright, Sage, thanks for stopping by. Happy New Year to you as well. Well, I would say, well, wait, I don't know why you're saying bye. You're right here. You're stuck here. Guess I'm losing my black mage. Little does Sage know, but that by us making his character, by me making this character giving this character his name, he has now doomed himself to me making this one joke for the rest of the playthrough. Ow. Ow. Actually, well, now that you mention Sleepless, there was a really good video put out by Sea-Dog, by Sea-Dog, like a few months ago. That was him talking about, like, just some of the weird amount of hatred that a lot of VTubers get. Oh, we're fucked. Sleep says, "Oh yeah, Connor's pretty chill." When I get the chance, I definitely want to watch the videos Connor's made of him. Can I flee? Get out of there, Sage! Fuck. When I get the chance, I definitely will want to watch the videos Connor's made of him playing through different RPGs. But yeah, from what I've seen of him, he seems like a pretty cool guy. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna... Can we flee? So him being in Japan and caving to Iron Mouse for various things never fails to make me chuckle. I can understand, that's absolutely what I would do. If I lived in Japan and I had the money to afford it, I would tell y'all, hey, y'all need anything? Y'all want y'all want anything from any of the anime stores here? I'll grab it for you. I would have here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually boost. I'll keep the amount of experience I learn. I'm gonna keep the amount of experience I learn the same, but I'm gonna actually bring the gil up to like ×4, so I can get a lot more money. Scar says, "Lol, so I'm a giant loser and got a new yo-yo. Surprisingly, remember a bunch of tricks." That is not no, Curtis. That is not a dumb thing at all. Curtis, if there is anything that we've learned that we can learn from Hunter x Hunter, is that you well, for one thing, it's you really should hate clowns. But the other thing is that in the right hands, a yo-yo is a tool of what is a dangerous weapon. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go back to town and buy some stuff. I see the know about saving, Sleepless, but I can't right now. I'm in the middle of a battle. Skirtus says, lol, honestly, I messed up a couple tricks tonight and slammed in my hand, and oh lord. Also, Skirtus, I can't mock you. I'm just gonna move this to the side. I can't mock you. One of the things I asked for Christmas was a giant box of Legos. Now, I asked for that so that I could use it for level design concept for doing level design concepts for video games I make, so that I basically have something to like easily like kind of make a 3D concept of any level I want to make. But I also could have probably found another option that didn't rely on me asking for Legos. I just chose to go with that one. Skur says, I absolutely love Legos, so... Skirtus, are you in my Discord? Because if so, then I'll need to show... If you aren't, I'll need to add you, and if you are, then I would have to show you the custom Lego minifigures I've been slowly, I guess you could say, collecting. There's like a store... There's a store around... there's a store that I visit every so often, and that store has custom... They sell custom Lego minifigures. You can also just find them online. You can also just find them online, but I just wait until I go to the store so I don't have to pay for shipping. Scar says, I'm pretty sure I am. Let me check. Yeah, I'll check as well. Okay, yeah, you're in here. Alright. Just a second, I'm gonna... Sleep says, last I remember you were, but you also muted because Brawl was sending @5 everyone pings a day. I'm sorry, I like to keep y'all informed, gosh. I'm sorry, I like to keep y'all informed. This Curtis says, oh, I have Discord muted entirely, lol. I can understand that. Curtis says, I'm in way too many servers. Curtis says, I'm actually trying to find yours in all this mess. Hold on, I'm going to at you with something. I'll at you with a picture from when I went to this... I'll at you with a picture from when I went to this store. Yeah, here we go. There. Look for the one that has an icon that like looks kind of like a Final Fantasy cover. Damn, I really am becoming a Final Fantasy. Damn, I really am becoming like a Final Fantasy streaming channel. Slim says, Brawl, there's keeping us informed, and there's announcing the thing, announcing the announcement of the thing, and then announcing that you announced and announced the thing. Yes, and people still ask about the thing, so clearly I'm not doing it enough. It's why I repeat it. It's also why I repeat announcements or important messages, news, or important stuff related to the stream like multiple times in a stream. I like to keep people informed. So he says, I don't know if I can, but I will take everyone's privileges away from you in Discord. We'll find them sleepless, but then you'll never get. We'll find them sleepless, but if you do that, you'll never get to know if I ever do stream. Whichever game you want me to, whichever game you want me to stream at the moment, you won't know. Oh. Okay. Sleep says, I love that you can't quite remember what's on my laundry list of machinations, lol. Oh, I remember some of them. It's just you kind of go... Honestly, you go through waves. Like, currently you're in a World of Final Fantasy wave where you're trying to convince me to play World of Final Fantasy, but give it enough time, it'll switch it to a different game. Sleep says, I'm always on my World of Final Fantasy VS. Alright. Let me heal up Sage. Sleep says, I convinced Solara to play through it because I'm always on my World of Final Fantasy VS. I will pray for her. Sleep says she already beat it. I'll still keep praying for her. Wait a second, this is the castle. Okay, never mind. Here, let me heal up. And let me see what I can get. Scarus, just to reply to you. So yeah, that Lego store, I visit there every so often. They have a ton of custom Lego minifigures. You can just see some of them there. When I went there the time that those pictures are from, I got like a Lego minifigure of Nightcrawler from the X-Men, and like Lego minifigures of Sailor Mars, Sailor Mercury, and Sailor Venus. I would have gotten the full set, but some of those Sailor Scouts had already been bought from the since the last time I went there. I've got plenty of money here. Their pictures should be a bit farther down from the one I sent to you. Okay. I will get Sage Dagger. And here, whilst I'm whilst I'm getting stuff in town, let me go ahead and I'll name off another one of my favorite games from this year. So, just to recap, if you're this is basically me naming off my favorite games I played for the first time this year, or my favorite games that released this year. And they're either games that I played all the way through or I played a lot of. And so number 15 was Halo Reach. If you weren't there for it, what I did to celebrate reaching 600 followers, I reached 600 followers I think last year, and last year in 2023. And the way I celebrated was I got some friends together and I played through Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach for the first time. So yeah, 15th favorite game was Halo Reach. 14th favorite game was the remake of Super Mario RPG. 13th favorite game was Halo 2. 12th favorite game was Warhammer 40k Space Marine. It was Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. 11th favorite game was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th favorite game was Crow Country. 7th favorite game, or really physical thing I got, was a Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. And now number 8. Number 8 was The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. This was a game this was one of those games that I really wanted to play on the channel, so I made sure to, and I focused part of my year around playing on the channel because I'd wanted to for some time. And it was, for the most part, it was a really fun experience. I enjoyed traveling through all these dungeons. Some of the dungeons in this game were a lot of fun. Like the Snow Mansion was a lot of fun. The Snow Mansion was a lot of fun, or the Arbiter's Grounds. Those were a lot of fun. The story itself was fine, but some of the characters as well. Some of the characters I don't remember well, but some of the characters, like especially Midna, were really great. Can absolutely understand why Midna's a fan favorite, and now she's even more of one of my favorite characters in Zelda, after having actually played the game. But while it was a lot of fun exploring this game, there were some odd things to it. Like the Zelda, I mentioned this while playing the game. The dungeons in Twilight Princess are very fun to explore through, making your way through them, but they're not fun to backtrack through. Backtracking through the dungeons, like if you miss you better make sure. If I did miss something on my first time around and I need to go back through the rooms in order to get that thing, it could have been. It wasn't as fun returning to the rooms. It was very much like it very much was like my first path through a lot of these other dungeons was a lot of fun, but if I ever had to backtrack or make my way back through them, then it wasn't really as fun. There was also I would honestly say a lot of the boss fights weren't that enjoyable. Like this, and I think this might be, as I play more Zelda games, a lot of the Zelda boss fights might not appeal to me, just because the boss fights in Zelda are usually okay, follow this very specific pattern to beat the enemy. You do that pattern, okay, now you know the pattern that will damage the enemy. Do it exactly like that a couple more times, with maybe one variation near the very end, or maybe slightly changed variation near the very end. So, and I love the whole puzzle and exploration and puzzle aspect of Zelda. So just figuring out a boss's move, figuring out how to fight a boss, and then realizing that I need to just do that exact same thing for 4 or 5 more times. It made it not really as entertaining. I definitely do want to play more Zeldas now. I mean, I've wanted to. I have a huge list of Zelda games I'd like to play. But specifically after this, I'm like... But yeah, I definitely would Yeah, I already want to play more Zeldas. It's just now after playing Twilight Princess, I really want to play more Zeldas. Definitely I'd already wanted to replay Ocarina of Time, try out Majora's Mask, play Minish Cap, The Link's Awakening remake, Skyward Sword, do Breath of the Wild again, play through Breath of the Wild again, and play through Tears of the Kingdom on the channel. But now after Twilight Princess, I definitely want to. Sleepless, Sleepless with some taking a classic opportunity to just randomly insult Breath of the Wild says, Sleepless Brawl, I'd argue that having to figure out the pattern and recognize it is more interesting from a gameplay perspective than what you have to do in the Ganon Blights in Breath of the Wild. Well, we'll see. But yeah, that was number 8. Skur says Twilight Princess was great. OOT will always be my favorite, though. Not even favorite Zelda game, favorite game of all time. Here, let me get. Sleepless, your character in this game is getting the fire magic. Sage is getting the lightning magic. Hey Amelia, welcome in. Okay, what can I... Curses, I can't sell anything to the magic seller. So if you're just coming into the stream, just a recap of what my favorite games of the year have been so far. So number 15 was Halo Reach. 14th favorite game was Super Mario RPG, the remake. 13th favorite was Halo 2. 12th favorite was Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. 11th was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th was Crow Country. 9th was Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. And 8th was The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. 8th favorite was The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. So... Amelia says, hi, I hope you're all doing well. Amelia says, ooh, reaches legendary. I did have a lot of fun with the Halos. It's just one of the big things holding them back and why they're a bit lower on the list is because I just couldn't enjoy the whole 2-weapon limit. Amelia says, thank you for the gift. No problem. No problem. Enjoy the emotes. Yeah, the big thing holding... Well, one of the big things holding Halo back for me is the 2-weapon limit. I almost ranted as much about the 2-weapon limit, about not liking the 2-weapon limit in Halo, almost as much as Sleepless rants about Breath of the Wild. Almost. I wouldn't go that far to rant as much, though. You see. Yeah, I'll get that. Well, Barry, I guess you're getting all the stuff. I guess you're getting this. Skur says, I recently played through Halo series in its entirety a couple of months ago. Or, see, not Barry, Billy. This is Billy. Barry the Warrior will be a different character. Amelia says, yeah, there's so many good weapons in that game, and you tend to need to swap out a lot for different enemy types. Skur says, lol, Brawl, ask Sleepless how much he absolutely loves Skyrim. No! No! I know he doesn't like Skyrim. I know he doesn't like Skyrim. I know very much he doesn't like Skyrim. Alright, no, I think that's fine right now. But yeah, going just back to what you said. Just going back to what you said, Amelia. Yeah, one of the big things holding Halo back for me is I do like in a lot of I'm a big fan of, because of how much I like Doom and Metroid Prime, I'm a big fan of games where you play as super warrior in power armor that fights off a horde of evil space bugs. But in Doom and Metroid's case, Sleeps as Space Marine 2. Space Marine as well. That is good. Another good one. But like in Halo and Metroid, or excuse me, in Doom and Metroid, you have a full list of weapons that you can switch between constantly. And like in Doom, you got a limited amount of ammo, but like the later Doom games, you have like you can just rush up and like melee someone, and it creates this fun. You can rush up and melee someone, and it creates this to get more ammo or more health, and it creates this fun pattern of like needing to be really aggressive. In Metroid, it like you had to be a bit more tactical about it. Like certain enemies were only you needed certain power ups or weapons to defeat. So I had to be a bit like had infinite ammo, but I had to need to remember to how to use specific weapons against these enemies or bosses. In Space Marine 2, like you only have about 2 guns, but you have a melee weapon. So if you're running out of ammo, you could just you have a melee weapon and you have the same berserk system as Doom has. So if you're running, so it's basically like the newer Doom games. They kind of dial back the FPS and dial up the melee system. In Halo, in Halo, while it was a lot of fun, in Halo I would often run into the problem of like there would be like the game would be like, all right, you're gonna need this weapon, or you want this weapon for the thing. But I like these 2 weapons. Well, you're gonna want this weapon, so drop one of your faves. But I want to keep the energy sword throughout the whole game. Well, too bad. Scarus says, my favorite thing about Sleepless though is how we've always been able to completely disagree about some games, but so rationally. Scarus says, Sleepless is my dude though. Sleepless is a really good dude. Cannot, cannot, cannot disagree with you. Cannot disagree with you there at all. I find no flaw with that statement. Sleepless is a really good dude. One of the best dudes I know, I'd be honest. Alright, now... Sleepless, thanks, guys. No problem. Hey, I'm being honest. You are one of my... I do consider you one of my best friends. Mrs. Space Marine hits that too, for sure. Yeah, are you one completely ran out of ammo, and the only thing you need is like one plasma pistol... The only thing you can find is like one plasma pistol or a needler on the ground. And I mentioned this while playing the Halos, that I do get that that's part of the multiplayer system. Oh shit, I need a whole bunch of antidotes. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We gotta get some more cash. We gotta get some more cash. Hold on. We're gonna go pummel some wolves in the forest. And yeah, I definitely get the 2 weapons, why there's a 2 weapon limit for like multiplayer reasons, because Halo's a lot about multiplayer. And like restricting a player to only having 2 weapons is a good way to balance things. But it does feel But in the single player, it does feel a bit weird that like, hey, it does feel really weird how the game is just like, hey, it's Master Chief, bestest soldier in all the army, is almost single-handedly fighting off the Covenant. It only really fit. He has no pockets. Oh, so just for those of y'all who weren't here for this, I'm just gonna mention this. This is something related to First Fantasy. I'm gonna mention. So, earlier this year, if you don't know what First Fantasy is, y'all know I really like RPGs. And well, but for most of my life, I hadn't really I played some, but I hadn't really beaten any Final Fantasy games besides like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2. So what I did is I made a giant list of Final Fantasy games. And to play through for the first time, which is basically like the entire series. And so I've been slowly playing through them. Like I played through. You also can see. Also, for those of y'all who've seen this list, you might notice I updated the list so it looks cooler now. Yeah, I've already I'm not doing this in like chronological release date order. I'm basically playing this in waves, like themed waves of games. So Wave 1 I completed earlier this year, which was Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. And we're on Wave 2 right now. Me playing this game is actually the start of Wave 2. But I realized over Christmas that there were about 32 games on my list, and that 2027, which is a few years from now, is the 40th anniversary of Final Fantasy. So, if I add a couple more games to my list, I could actually potentially play through 40 Final Fantasy games for the first time before the 40th anniversary of Final Fantasy. So, Prepare to see a lot of Final Fantasy on the channel. And I've already mentioned what's going to be the next game after this one. It's Tactics Advance. Because, for those who don't know, January 27th is my birthday. And January 27th, 2025, I'm going to turn 29. So 2025 will actually be the last year of my 20s. But instead of doing what a lot of people I know who realize that they're at the end, that they're about to enter 30, they get really sad or depressed because they think that their life is over. I'm going to avoid that. I'm going to avoid that because what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to play through as many games from my backlogs. I'm going to try to play through as many games from my backlog throughout 2025. And I'm starting with Tactics Advance because that game has been in my backlog for the longest amount of time. I actually kind of I basically, after going through my memories of like some of the games I gotten and comparing their release dates, I'm pretty certain that I've had Tactics Advance in my backlog for over 20 years. So that's kind of so I should probably get to beating that game. Wait. Skur says, Tactics Advance is a great game. I should mention, I have an actual cartridge of Tactics Advance and a third-party console that plays Game Boy Advance games. So when I get to it, you will be seeing me when I get to it in like on my birthday, you will see me playing you'll see me playing an actual cartridge of Tactics Advance. So this is why I'm back in my world of Final Fantasy BS to hardcore to try and make Brawl play as part of the 40 Final Fantasy games / spinoffs. Score says, meanwhile, I'm over here 36 playing with the yo-yo. I mean, if you're having fun with the yo-yo, yeah, heck yeah, you play with that yo-yo. Amelia says, don't remind me, please. Yes, hi, hello. Also, yes, hi, hello. Also, holy, this music is a bop. Better late than never. It took 4 years, but finally finished Trails in the Sky second chapter, and it was so worth it. One of the things you will definitely see me play through more is more Trails games. Trails games will definitely be making a comeback. I absolutely adored Trails from Zero. It's just that they're so damn long. Somebody says, please, I am here for it. I really want to play through more. Honestly, whenever I finish this Final Fantasy, depending on how many Trails games I have left, after I finish First Fantasy, depending on what I'm doing or how things are going, I'll probably be playing, I might do like full playthrough of all the remaining Trails games. Because I do want to play more of the Trails games. They're just so damn long. Like, my gosh. Skur says, I'm having a damn blast off. Oh, also, okay, this is something else to let those watching know. And this is, heck yeah, I mean, they're remaking the original Trails of the Sky for fall next year, so that might be a good time. That's the other game that I'm most anticipated for. That's the other game that I'm most anticipated for next year. It was Shantae Advance, because it's the new Shantae Advance Risky Revolution, because it's the new Shantae game. Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, because I'm low-key a pretty big fan of the Fatal Fury series, even though I'm not good at them. Or I'm low-key a pretty big fan of the SNK fighting games, even though I'm not good at them. Metroid 4. Definitely want to get that. Then there was, yeah, then there's also the Dragon Quest 1 and 2 remakes, and then, yeah, Trails in the Sky first. I'll probably still try to play through the original Trails in the Sky, just because I have owned that for a long time. Sleepless, oh wait, I just realized something. Without even meaning to, I gave the character named after you in this game the sleep spell. So this is Sleep, So this is not sleepless Cheshire. This is sleep-inducing Cheshire. So look, Daybreak is not my most played game this year. It's behind FF7 Rebirth and Persona 3 Reload. I'm also definitely I want to get to those, but my goodness, that's going to be long. And I'm so hyped for it. Oh yeah, Shantae is always a fun. Okay, I haven't played FF7 Rebirth yet, but Persona 3 is Revolt. Though my all-time favorite this year is Metaphor. Square says I've been really interested in getting to the Wise series. That series also looks... well, Skirtish, you'd really like the newest Wise game, considering it's very Viking-themed. Yeah, you'd definitely like the newest, Weiss? Wise or Weiss game, because, yeah, it's very Viking-themed. But, this is just something to mention. After this week... Amelia says, I won't say anything accurate since I think Brawl wants to play it. I do want to play Metaphor. But, this is something to mention for those who don't know. After this week, I'm going to be moving to, like, 3 streams a week. Because I'll have 4 hours on Tuesday night, 4 hours on Thursday night, 6 hours on Saturday night. Because in addition to streaming and doing my full-time job, I'm also going to be, like, looking for a new job and planning on where to move. And I've also started video game development. Because I really want to develop video games. And so I need like, some time to do that, because I can't do that on stream. Can't stream and do that. I cannot stream and do that on the same day. So, until one of those things are solved, either I'm far enough in game development to where I can feel comfortable doing more streams, or until I actually have found a place to move to and found a new job, and have settled in at that new place. This is kind of how the stream schedule is going to be. But, what will happen is, in addition to those, like, 3 days a week, every so often, I'll be doing, like, a bonus stream. Like, I might do a bonus 6-hour stream on Friday night. I might do a bonus 6-hour stream on Friday nights throughout, like, every so often. Or, like, a bonus, like, 3 or 4 hour stream on, like, Monday or Wednesday. Basically, like, most of the time, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I won't be streaming. But, like, if one of those days could be a good opportunity to do a collab with someone, or to do a special event stream, then I'll use that day to do so. Alright. I think I got enough money for antidotes now. Alright. So... Let me get some antidotes. Amelia says, that sounds like a good plan. Fingers crossed it goes well. Thank you. Alright, so I'm gonna need... Yeah, this is a poison area. I'm gonna need... We'll go with 50. 50 antidotes. There. Okay. Now that I've spent all my money to avoid poison, let me go to the poison dungeon. And here, whilst I am... Let me save. And whilst I'm making my way over to the poison dungeon, let me go ahead and say my 7th favorite game of the year. So yeah, just a recap. I'm gonna do this every time I bring up another game. So, 15th favorite game this year was Halo Reach. 14 was the Super Mario RPG remake. 13 was Halo 2. 12 was Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. 11 was Metro. 11th favorite game this year was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th was Crow Country. 9th was the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8th was Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. And now number 7, 7th favorite game this year, Mario and Luigi Brothership. On the one hand, that game was... On the one hand, and I mentioned this while playing it, while I was finishing up the game. That game was about 20 to 30 hours longer than it should have been. Like, you could... I definitely feel like a lot of time could be cut out. Or a lot could have been cut out of that game. And it would be a more... It would actually improve the game. Like, a lot of the early sections where you're not really... Where the game is just trying to teach you how to play, and it takes a long time to do that. I think that could have been cut out. However, when this game hits its highs, it hits its highs really hard. Like that... like, the final boss fight in this game is one of the best final boss fights in any of the Mario RPGs. Like, it is such a big... It is such a, it's such a big spectacle of a fight that it was so much fun. But, yeah, and the whole story, like, looking back on it, the story does get very interesting after the main villain, the true main villain reveals themselves, and starts enacting their evil plan. But we take, like, that happens like 30 hours in. Like, it was... They were, like, that true main villain was a great main villain, but yeah, the fight against, the whole, the actual, like, they don't get revealed until, like, 30 hours in. Like, you visit the evil fortress, the villain's evil fortress twice before you meet the true main villain. So it could have definitely been shortened. Like, a lot of it could have been shortened, but dang, when this game hits its highs, again, when this game goes hard, it goes hard. And they did... And yeah, the visual style of it is amazing. They somehow perfectly, like, almost perfectly transitioned the Mario and Luigi games from 2D into 3D, and they still kept the amount of, like, expressiveness and cartoonishness that Mario and Luigi have in those 2D games. Yeah, it's... I'm bringing up its pacing, especially with Mario and Luigi, because, like, a lot of the, like, Superstar Saga and Bowser's Inside Story, the two of the most liked Mario RPGs, are less than 20 hours long. And they feel like complete adventure. They feel like complete games. Yay. Amelia says, I'm going to be honest, my mind immediately went somewhere else until I noticed the actual ship. Ah, you were thinking of spaceships, I see. Right. Ah, more wolves. Amelia says, exactly, Super Mario Galaxy. Nothing. Yeah, I'll just keep doing normal attacks. I want to save my magic for the Marsh Cave. Okay, how much time we got left? 2 hours and 45 minutes until midnight for me. But I will be back, like, I'm basically going to be playing this game throughout this week in order to try and beat it. So, yeah, tomorrow, January 1st, I'll be back with more Final Fantasy 1. And the day after that, January 2nd, I'll be back with even more Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, okay, I'll go and use that one. Maybe I can roast these scorpions. Oh, great, he's poison. Amelia says, I would be up for it, but I have a certification exam at 7 tomorrow, lol. That being said, if I pass, I'm so getting Stro Zero. Good luck on your exam. Skur says, oh, I realized you were reading Slucas's message as well. I was like, wait, we're in different time zones, bro. How? Okay, antidote. Okay, antidote. Antidote. Cure. There. Now let me heal up everyone this turn. And then punch the scorpions. Glad to see that one developer from Software's favorite Final Fantasy area, and what clearly inspired him to make so many poison swamps. Scar says, it is 2 hours and 45 for you, hour 45 for us. Don't mind me, just gonna go, face contact with Palm real quick. Okay, have fun. Make sure that palm is not holding the yo-yo. Okay, let me use this 10. Sleep. Amelia says, thank you, should be fine. I passed the first exam, which is the core. Just have to pass the exams now. Also, if you hadn't had Stro Zero, highly, highly, highly recommend it. It's addicting. Stro Zero? Amelia says, is that what they call a palm shake? So I know it was in that VTuber anime last season. It's like Mike's Hard Lemonade. Ah, okay. Alright, let me try... Oh, that's right, I'm gonna need to use the... use the fire. Burn the slimes. Scar says, hey, speaking of, which character were you talking about that Rex stuff with the yo-yo? I'm intrigued. Well, there's a character from Hunter x Hunter I know. Killua. Right? Killua. You can guess what he does. And yeah, he uses, like, lightning powers and yo-yos. There are other yo-yo fighters as well. There are other yo-yo fighters as well. Like, that's the first one I think of off the top of my head. Oh, Bridget from Guilty Gear. Yeah, she also uses yo-yos. Millie says, it's got super popular in Japan. Its strong zero is made by freezing fruit and liquid nitrogen. Oh, right. We're in this dungeon. Great, now the werewolves know how to poison people. Liquid nitrogen has a boiling point of negative 195.8 degrees Celsius, and hence the negative 196 degrees Celsius to name. frozen whole fruit is then pulverized and soaked in beverage alcohol. The final beverage contains the fruit juice, shocho, vodka, and soda. The lemon one is the most common and literally tastes like Sprite. Oh gosh, Hunter. Yeah, Kill will use yo-yos for a while. Excuse me, it's brisket. You're right. Sorry, you're correct, brisket. Skurrus says, gonna take notes and add to my different ways Skurrus can hurt someone. Let's see, and... yeah, okay, I'll do that. Yeah, it is very... He says, oh, thank you, lowers the weaponized yo-yo. It is very weird playing through this game. Like, this is the 5th Final Fantasy I've played. And it's weird because this game... like, the first turn-based RPGs were heavily inspired by Dungeons & Dragons. And, of course, Final Fantasy has developed its own identity to where you can't even really... you probably won't even notice that in, like, later games. Or, like, even by the time you reach Final Fantasy VI, you probably won't notice that. But, like, in this game, it's very apparent. Right down to, like, and this is what I'm getting at here. This game doesn't have the MP bar. There's no MP bar like other Final Fantasies have. Or, like, one of the things there's no MIP bar like Final Fantasy is known for. Instead, you have spell slots. You go to a store, you go to the magic store, you learn how to cast a spell. Storekeep tells you how to rain down hellfire, well, I say rain down, but rain up hellfire from below. And then you can only do that a couple times. I will attack. Amelia says, so like D&D rules almost? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a... yeah, that's what I'm saying, like a... this one is definitely, like, it takes heavy inspiration from D&D. Even right down to the characters, there aren't named characters. Well, there aren't... I got these lads here. But there aren't, like... there aren't unique characters in this. You start the game by choosing these you're naming your 4 characters and choosing their classes. Slim says, like I've said previously, FF is not defined by how much changes from entry to entry, as it keeps the same. Amelia says, oh, would have come out around the same time. No, D&D actually came out quite a bit before this. Like, D&D First Edition came out quite a bit before this. But yeah, like Dungeons & Dragons inspired Wizard was a heavy inspiration on Wizardry, which was a heavy inspiration on Dragon Quest, which was a heavy inspiration on Final Fantasy. To make a very long story short. Fire. Ah, dang it, I did... okay, I thought for certain I had given Cheshire sleep, but no, I'd actually given it to Sage. Amelia says 1987 for FF1, 1974 for D&D First Edition. Wow. Yep. Look forward to when I do the Godzilla movie ranking stream. When one of the things I do for the ranking streams is as we go through, or one of the things I'll do for the ranking streams is as we go through, as I name off everything that's part of it. As I go through each movie, I'll list off like what movies, shows, or video games came out the same year as that thing. Because that way, anyone watching can kind of realize, like, can kind of relate it back to something they know. Like, when I do the Spider-Man movie ranking stream, this Saturday, I'll be mentioning, like, each movie, like, what some of the major movies, video games, and shows that released the same year as each Spider-Man. So it can kind of, like, let you know where, like, what was going on at the time. Godzilla, though, is going to be interesting because the first Godzilla movie released in 1954. Yeah, this year right now, back in November, the start of November was Godzilla's 70th anniversary. Godzilla has existed longer than Godzilla has existed potentially longer than video games as a medium. I forget when like the first video game did start getting made, but like Slip says BRB putting away Rustlers. All right. Amelia says, look, Bully McGuire, OG, Jonah, and Big D Willie Defoe to speak. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Are they poison? Okay, they're not poison. Let's see. Okay, I'll attack the worm. Oh, they're okay. They can't use magic. I guess I'll go ahead and use that. I'll use fire. Right, so how's everyone looking? Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me grab that dagger. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. When I get back, I'm gonna be continuing to name off some of my favorite games some of my favorite games I played through this year. So I'll be back in just a little bit. All right. So before I get back to the game, let me go ahead and name off the next game, or my next favorite game from this year. So recapping again, 15th favorite was Halo Reach. Number 14 was Super Mario RPG, the Super Mario RPG remake. Um, Number 13 was Halo 2. 12 was Warhammer 40k Space Marine. 11 was Metroid Zero Mission. 10 was Crow Country. 9 was Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8 was Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. 7 was Marley's Brothership. And number 6, Helldivers 2. This is the first multiplayer game I've gotten to really play with people. This PC I have is the first PC that has been able to handle video games. And I've been able to really handle video games and like modern day video games. And I actually had a decent enough internet connection where I could play multiplayer with people. And I definitely want to do it more. Like I mentioned this, I keep saying this a lot, but yeah, at some point in 2025, I absolutely want to get Tekken 8 and either like play Tekken 8 with Farting Tart or a Zyme Site, who both I know really like that game. But yeah, I've gotten to stream it a couple times this year, and I played it a little bit off stream, or I played it a bit off stream, and yeah, just it's so much fun. Even when I'm losing, it's still a lot of fun because it's and I mean, we did like sometime like last week. I did a bonus Friday stream where I was playing with Tart, Johnny Rose, and Yap Queen Gwen, and that was we were we were like screaming. We were screaming constantly as we were fighting these hordes of bugs and bots. But dang, if we weren't having a fun time with it, it's a it's a really great like game to get together with your friends to play. Just because, and even just messing around it is so fun. And also, again, add it to the long list of games I played this year that were about people in power armor fighting space bugs. I played so many games this year of people in power armor fighting space bugs. I also played a lot of games of like blonde-haired swordsmen. Yeah, I've also played a lot of games starring blonde-haired swordsmen. But yeah, but particularly the games with like people in power armor fighting space bugs. I did a lot of that. And out of all the ones I played this year, I would say that Helldivers 2 was my favorite. And there were some problems with like the game's community that I heard, and there was like a bit of a dip in the game. Like there was a point of time, like I think around the summer when people were getting annoyed with the game. But from what I've heard, the recent updates have brought it back to back to the really positive reception the game has had. Skir says, "Oh man, I love Helldivers 2. If you want to play, let me know. I'll jump on there with you." I definitely want to. One of the things I want to do. One of the things I'm going to try to do is every so often do a bonus stream next year where I just play on Helldivers and whoever's in the Discord can join me. Where I just open up the Discord voice chat and you'll just talk to me in the Discord while we play Helldivers together. We did that a bit. We did that a bit earlier this year, and I'd like to do it more with Helldivers 2 and more with some other games, like maybe like Marvel vs. Capcom. I mean, this says Helldivers is like so good, but they keep shooting themselves in the foot. People get hyped for Squid Boys, and then they release paid weapon collab law. Yeah, it does seem. Part of that is it seems like Arrowhead's fault, but it also feels like quite a bit of that is like Sony and Arrowhead trying to pull the game in different directions. Like Sony wants this to be like wants to be $1 million selling always like cash cow, and Arrowhead keeps trying to pull it away with like it's a profitable game, but we want it to be. But we want it to be like something that people enjoy, like some people enjoy. But even again, like I think that Killzone collab was partially on Arrowhead, so not even then Arrowhead isn't perfect. But yeah, from what I've seen, from what I have played, they have constantly been consistently updating the game with new stuff. Like I mean, they just added the third enemy faction to it, and they just added a melee weapon to it. and just a simple addition of a new enemy faction and a melee weapon, as I found out from when I played it with Tart, Johnny, and Gwen. It was like, oh man, definitely gonna get more Helldivers time in. I want to get that. I want to get that melee weapon. I want to get that stick. But yeah, this is this is the first again. This is the first multiplayer game I've gotten to really get into. Besides like fighting games, I've gotten to like Street Fighter Street Fighter is a 6 I've gotten really into. Played quite a bit of that, but I mean like multiplayer folk. Well, I guess a lot of fighting games are kind of equally between multiplayer and single player. But yeah, like really, like a lot, like solely multiplayer games. This is the first one I've been able to get into. And I mean, it led to me like definitely wanting to try out some other stuff. Like I played I had played Halo around the same time. I played Halo around the same time as I played this, and playing one made me really like playing the other. Like playing the Halos made me want to play more Helldivers, and playing the Helldivers made me want to play more Halo. And honestly, because these are a bit, I mean, also Earth Defense Force. I definitely want to play more Earth Defense Force on stream. I just keep constantly saying how much all these games I really want to play more of. But yeah, Earth Defense Force 6 would love to get together with some friends and play some Earth Defense Force 6 together. And then I might also, you know, as far as multiplayer games where you and a group of friends fight off against a horde of enemies, I've never played Left 4 Dead before. Maybe that should change. Would have to get mods for that, though. But yeah, Helldivers was basically, like, Halo kind of introduced me, but Halo and Helldivers were, like, my big introductions to how fun playing games with friends really can be. And out of all those, Helldivers is definitely one I've had the most fun with. And this says, oh yeah, no, I think Sony was expected to do as well as it did, and the moment it basically shut off, they wanted more of the pie. Emily says, I'm just hoping Sony doesn't manage to buy out FromSoft. Skur says, to be fair, those of us Helldivers 1 veterans, it was a pretty dedicated fan base back then. Then Helldivers 2 got huge. Skur says, Left 4 Dead is a lot of fun, but personally, possible hot take, I think it's kind of overrated. Sleep says, they didn't, Amelia, they bought stake in Katakawa up to 10%, so they get a say, but they don't have decision rights. That gargoyle has a bug head. Skur says, Helldivers 2 is definitely a ton of fun with the right friends. Also, oh, another thing. Helldivers 2 is probably... It's not an official Warhammer 40k game, but Helldivers 2 is probably one of the best Warhammer 40k gaming experiences out there. Because its world feels a lot like Warhammer 40k. Amelia says, yeah, I remember hearing that, Cheshire. I'm just like watching with a gun and a knife. Skur says, especially if you get a group together role-playing, it gets hilarious. Oh, Skirtus, if you get the chance, go watch the VOD of myself, Tart, Johnny Rose, and Yap Queen Gun playing it. Because Tart and Johnny get really into character when playing that game. When playing Helldivers 2. Skur says, well, yeah, Helldivers 2 is basically Warhammer 40k and Starship Troopers at a baby. There was a funny moment. We got on Helldivers 2 because all four of us really wanted to fight the new alien faction, and we got on there, and we found out that in between the time the Game Awards had happened and the time that we were getting to stream the game, the time when we were getting to play the game together, which was about a little over a week, in that time, the Helldivers 2 players had annihilated the alien forces. Like, they had wiped them off the face of the map. No. I'll do this one. Amelia says, yep, rule for a friend made up was everyone had to salute the ICBM as it launched, and you could not move even if you died. Oh dear. Okay, fair. Hmm. And this is nice. Granted, is like everyone. Granted, that is like after everyone got pissy with them, but at least it's free now. Hmm. Oh, that is one thing I really like about Helldivers 2, compared to other multiplayer games. Because I have played a little bit of Fortnite, and in fact, like I have played a little bit of games like Fortnite, and in fact, I'm gonna probably try to stream Fortnite with Frizzly Bear in January because the Godzilla skin in Fortnite releases that time. But like compared to other games I've played, multiplayer games I've played, other like modern day multiplayer games I've played, one thing I really like the one thing Helldivers 2 has that I wish every other game with a battle pass would adopt is they keep the battle passes. If if a time for like they don't take away the battle pass as soon as it's gone, as soon as the time is up. It stays there and you still have to pay for it and you still have to play the game in order to get the bonuses from it. But it's still there. It's like they've added a couple. So this Marvel Rivals is doing that actually. I need to play more Marvel Rivals. I definitely need to play more Marvel Rivals. That's another game I should do multiplayer streams of. Because Marvel Rivals, from what I have played, I'm not good at it, but from what I've played, it's really fun, and it's been taking me back to back when I, back when myself, back when myself and a really good friend of mine in college, we would play, we would like hang out and play Overwatch, like back around it first releasing. Oh wait, hold on. And unlike Overwatch, Marvel Rivals is free. Like you have to pay for some of the cosmetics, but like the base game is free, which is very nice. Slim says Overwatch 2 is free. Yeah, but that. Yeah, but I don't want to. Yeah, but I don't want to. Overwatch has already burned me enough to where I don't. I don't feel like returning to it. It's like. It's like when you. It's like if you had a good friend, and then they ended up turning into an awful person. They ended up developing into an awful person, and then years go down to the point where you have to leave them because you feel it's good for your health. And then years later, you see them again, and they say that they've gotten better, and they've shown some signs of them getting better. But it's like you still remember what you had to deal with, and so you can't fully place your trust in them. Amelia says Rivals is a fun for sure. Yeah, the Helldivers 2 does at least listen very much try. It just feels like the only way stuff like that gets in a lot of time is by being angry. Alright. Okay, there's a door down there. Let me go down that door. Hmm. Also Marvel Rivals lets me play as melee characters, which I'm not good at. Which I'm not good at. I'm not good at playing as Iron Fist or Spider-Man, but it's a lot of fun. I like that if I can get decent at the game, that I could just have Iron Fist walk over to someone and just melee combo them. So this is the only thing real about Overwatch 2 is that was a disappointment. Also, another good thing that has happened from Marvel Rivals. I haven't played enough Marvel Rivals to where it could be considered for this list, but maybe after I play a lot more hours of it, I might consider it for next year's favorite games of the year list. And well, it'd be worth seeing like how the game is doing a year from now. But also another good thing Marvel Rivals has done. It's made Squirrel Girl more popular. For certain reasons, albeit, but you know what? For certain reasons, albeit, but you know what? I'm not, I am not displeased with those reasons. Okay, one, two, yeah, I only have one of these left, darn it. I'll cast Thundara. Okay, it's almost 10 p.m. It's almost 10 p.m., which means I've got I've got like slightly over 2 hours left. So I'll go ahead and say what my next. I'll go ahead and say what my fifth favorite game. We're getting into the top five now. We're getting into the top five now. So again, recap: 15th favorite game this year was Halo Reach. 14th favorite game was Super Mario RPG remake. 13th favorite game was Halo 2. 12th favorite game was Space Marine 2. 11th was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th was Crow Country. 9th was Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8th was Twilight Princess. 7th was Mario and Luigi Brothership. 6th was Helldivers 2. And number 5 was Neo the World Ends With You. Gosh, this was an interesting time. It had a really nice story to it. The gameplay was pretty fun, although I remember there being some issues with that. And it was a really really interesting setting it took place in. Pretty weird setting. Pretty weird setting, I will say. But it's one of those cases where the weirdness just made it more entertaining. The weirdness or confusingness of some aspects of the setting actually just made it more entertaining. Also, yeah, it did. It generally told a really interesting story. A really interesting story, and I did like, and some of the development some of the characters had was really nice. But a bit, and gosh, oh yeah, some of the boss fights too were pretty fun. Those boss fights were pretty fun. Not to mention, and also just having the way it adapted the game kind of changed up the World Ends With You, because I tried playing the original World Ends With You and I couldn't get into it. But I think that was because I was trying to play it on the Switch when that game was really made for touchscreen. And they kind of changed things up here, and they changed up the gameplay to make it better work for modern systems. And I think they did a great job. Giving all the different like attacks you could get, all the different effects you could get. Gosh, the sheer arsenal of techniques you could build up in that game was so great. Oh, the music too. Music was really good. Yeah, that's actually one of the big things I really liked about it. Its whole style. This Neo the World Ends With You is obsessed with Shibuya to the point where Shibuya is like the center of its universe. And I honestly, it was kind of enjoyable to see that, just them being so obsessed with this one part of a town, to where everything in the game, or so much of the game is influenced by that town and by its style. And it was a lot of fun going through it, and I'm really glad I did. It's also one of those games. It was one of the many games I played that like kind of reminded me. I don't forget this, but there are a lot of times where games will remind me like, oh yeah, this is why I really played it. This is why I try to focus on playing the games people don't know about. Because this is a game that kind of got shoved to the side by Square Enix, and it's a damn shame because it's a really good game. Oh gosh, that's. Oh yeah, yeah, a lot of it was a lot of it was a lot of fun. I do remember having some problems with it, but I can't off the top of my head. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I just know I had some issues with it. I just can't really remember them well off the top of my head right now. I didn't go and make like a full list of everything for. Honestly, what I wanted to do was I wanted to go back through and rewatch my full playthrough of each of these games, but I just didn't have the time to. Maybe maybe next year I can do that. Yeah, what I'd like to do, what I'm because of like when I was deciding the list for this year, what I'm probably going to do starting next year, if I can find the time, is go back through and watch my full playthrough for all these games, so I can just remind myself about them. Because I mean, I played through 30. I did 35 playthroughs this year. I played so many games this year. Skirtus says, "All right, I gotta head out, guys. Happy New Year, everybody." All right, Skirtus. I wish you luck in becoming the first Viking warrior to raid villages with yo-yos. Honestly, because of your name, I thought you'd be the first Viking that uses Beyblades, but yeah, have a good New Year. Hmm. Amelia Quinteros says, "Let it rip." I've said this quite a few times, but I've never owned a Beyblade. I've never seen any anime. But if I ever get the chance to go to a con and find out that there is some sort of like Beyblade arena there, I will absolutely watch it. I want to see the underground Beyblade competitions. I want to see the underground Beyblade competitions at cons where where like they take like a pot or like they take a big bowl and just like let the Beyblade like oil on the side, like light the oil on fire, and then just have the Beyblades duel in there. Hmm. And then it says, I mean, if someone ever says to let it rip in public, I'm going to use nose plugs. Okay, that sounds kind of lit. I've seen videos of it, but yeah, that is a real thing. There's other examples too that I've heard that go even crazier. Oh, I can't use any of those. Damn it. Gonna say right now, definitely glad they switched. Emily says, "Okay, I'm going to head off so I can hopefully get some rest before exam. I want to be free." All right, Amelia. Good luck with the exam. Yeah, I'm gonna say right now. Um, I'm very glad Final Fantasy switched to the MP bar. Like this whole the spell slot system works for Dungeons and Dragons because the spell slot system works well for Dungeons and Dragons because like you have big encounters every so often, and depending on and there are ways to like get around those encounters. Like you can intimidate an enemy into not fighting, or you could use one of your spell slots to avoid a fight. This is a and while in this game I'm getting into constant battles with like I'm getting into constant battles with monsters, and it's causing me a problem because I only have so many spells. Slim says, "I remember one of your big issues with Neo is that you couldn't equip multiple pins to the same button without unlocking a hyper-specific thing on the social web that you ignored for the majority of the game." Oh yeah, the social web. I'd forgotten about that. Well, we killed him. Hmm. Good thing I got all these elixirs. Or these antidotes. How many Phoenix Downs do I have? 1. Oh boy. Hmm. Dang it. They've got no magic left. We're just gonna have to use physical attacks. Yeah, we're just gonna have to use physical attacks. I'm gonna need to save my magic. Yay! Yay! Oh my gosh, this is so freaking big. Okay, that's gotta be where I go down. I can at least check these other rooms. We're gonna flee. I'm gonna run away from all these zombies. I can see this might be better. Okay, that is better than what they have. I'll give them this. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to resort to physical attacks here. Oh dear. Hmm. Hmm. Yay. Alright. Keep going. Yay, a potion. Hmm. Wait. Let me check to see. MP 0000000. Okay. So, Black Mage is the only one with spell slots left. Hmm. Yeah, okay, he's gonna be poisoned. Nope, or not. Nope, not poisoned. Hooray. Okay. So they're all up to level 12. Dang. Yeah, considering how the spell slot system is, considering how the spell is, I didn't realize it'd be a spell slot system. So, with that in consideration, I'm kind of thinking that if I were to redo this game, which I won't, I'm gonna stick with this playthrough. But if I were to, oh my gosh, there's so many damn rooms here. If I were to redo this game and reselect my classes, I might have I might have picked, or if I were to restart this game and reselect my classes, knowing what I know now, I might have gone with like 3 warriors and then like, or like 2 warriors, a red mage, and a white mage. Okay, fine. Hmm. So that is why red mage is kind of okay in this game. Yeah, them being a yeah, red mage is real. I'm glad I picked them because even though they are limited in their magic selection, they've got like there's still enough in physical attacks to where I don't. There's still enough in physical attacks to where they still can fight. Hmm. Yeah, I think if I were to reselect my classes, I'd probably still go with warrior, monk, and red mage, but replace the black mage with a white mage. Hmm. Yeah, let me heal them up. Dang. Okay, good. They're running away. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm gonna use another antidote. Okay, not that much damage. That's good. Alright, just one more spider left. Yay. Nothing in there. I'm willing to guess, yeah, I'm willing to bet there's no MP potions either. It's really just the only way to restore spells is, like, yeah, only way to restore spells is just by resting. Which I do have a tent, so I can try resting here in the dungeon. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let me go and use that. Oh, can only be used in the field. Never mind. I know in games after this they only work in save points, but I thought that maybe they could work here. At least in this game. Hmm. Okay. Antidote to you. Antidote to you. Ow. Oh, he's poisoned again? Gosh dang it. Okay, antidote to you. Antidote to you. You've got only a few magic spells left, so... Ah, damn it. He's so poisoned again. Oh my gosh. This is like the first real dungeon of the game, too. Now that I think about it. Because, like, there was the Chaos Tower, I just walked through a door and then fought Garland. Damn it, he's poisoned. Oh my gosh. Yay. Alright. Use this again. Okay, nothing there. Dang, I really wish I had one of those spells that attack multiple enemies right now. No, that's not good. Oh, Sage is nearly dead. I didn't realize that. Oh no, this was my last potion. There. Damn it. I'm out of potions now, so... Do I have... No, I don't have a way to escape the dungeon if I wanted to. Better just run. Yeah, that's kind of a pain. They still get in, like, free hits.
He got poisoned again? Gosh damn it.
This door has been secured with a mystic key. Oh no. Okay. I might, just because of how... Oh no, okay. Yeah, I might need to... What I might end up actually doing is increasing the amount of experience I'm getting. If I die in here, then yeah, I might... For my next save, go back to my save file and increase the amount of experience I'm getting. Because the limited magic slots is really starting to hurt me, where I'm now dealing with some enemies that are best hurt by magic. Or best... It's really starting to hurt me now when there's enemies that are like, they take very little physical damage and your best bet is to hit them with magic. Or, like here, large groups of enemies that can poison you. I can definitely see if someone had only played this if someone had only... I can definitely see how this game might have given people, like, how this game might have, like, made people think that all Final Fantasies are, like, really level grindy. Considering that it does kind of feel like in this one I need to. Yeah, I might as well just... Okay, yeah. Yeah. Oliva is dead. Sage is nearly dying. Billy is nearly dying and is poisoned, and Cheshire is like half health. So let me go back here. And whilst I'm I'm gonna take some time to just really level up. I'm gonna use the Sleepless Cheshire method of solving this problem. I'm just gonna level everyone up. I'm gonna increase experience and gold like 4 times, and I'm gonna level everyone up like crazy. Anyway, whilst I'm doing that, let me go ahead and count down my 4th favorite game of this year. So, just a reminder. So this is welcome to why grinding is not an issue for me. So it's Final Fantasy 1's fault. Final Fantasy 1's fault. This is the game we have to blame for your love of grinding. Kidding, kidding. Play the game how you want. So, okay, 15th favorite game this year was Halo Reach. 14th was Super Mario RPG Remake. 13th was Halo 2. 12th was Space Marine 2. 11th was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th was Crow Country. 9th was the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8th was Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. 7th was Brothership. 6th was Helldivers 2. 5 was Neo the World Ends With You. And number 4, Unicorn. And my favorite game that released this year, Unicorn Overlord. Gosh, this is an amazing strategy RPG. One of my new favorite strategy RPGs. And out of all the games, out of all the RTSs I've tried to play, this is definitely my favorite. It's only half RTS. It's only half RTS, but that might be why it's my favorite. Yeah, this from like how from the wide cast of characters and how many great characters are in that wide cast of characters. How beautiful it looked. It's like another game. It's another game on this list that just looks gorgeous. That has its own art style and just looks gorgeous. And the way they implemented the strategy RPG gameplay to where instead of every unit is a single character, every unit is made up of characters. It does mean, and this is kind of one of the problems with the game, that it has like an overload of characters to the point where there's so many characters that feel like they could be main characters that are always around, but they can't be because they've got like 100 characters to try and balance. But despite that, the the good side of that coin is that the gameplay, it is really fun to build up your units in this because every unit is made up of multiple characters instead of just one. You can have so many different combinations of characters in a unit, and kind of really just delve into how those characters work together in a battle. Like just the sheer amount of combinations you can make with all these different characters and like all the different classes is just amazing. And it's really, and again, it is so much fun as like and it feels. I mentioned this while playing this, but I hope that people did give it a shot. I hope that people did give it a shot because, well, it does. I really like Fire Emblem, but this feels like a breath of fresh air after Fire Emblem. This very much feels like it's trying to do its own thing, and I really like that. And gosh, I know Vanillaware doesn't like making sequels, but actually that does get to one of the few problems I have with this game. Vanillaware won't make a PC port of this game. There are so many people I know who I've seen talking that would love to try out this game, but they only have a PC or a Steam Deck. And yeah, and Vanillaware has been like Vanillaware has said like we're not interested in doing a PC port, and it is such a shame. Because dang, this game would sell so well on PC. And I also, again, I know Vanillaware is not interested in making sequels, but dang, if they change their mind and suddenly decided that they wanted to make a sequel to any of their games, this is the one I hope they would make a sequel for. Because it's a really amazing idea, but there are some parts where it's like, oh man, just imagine what they could do if they could improve on this. This was their first time making this game. This was their first time making this sort of game, and they did this well. Imagine how amazing they could do if they actually took time to after this game's success, they took a step back and said, all right, what can we do? Like, what can we improve on from here? So if Sega won't pay for a PC port, damn you, Sega. Vanillaware, say that you'll add Vanillaware if you're listening, which you aren't, but if you are, trick Sega into thinking that it's a Sonic game or a Yakuza game. Or trick Sega into thinking that it's a Persona game or a Yakuza game. Then they'll port it. Sega's in a very weird state right now where their two biggest series besides Sonic, because Sonic is always going to have a really devoted fan base who will buy a really devoted fan base. But besides Sonic, Sega's like two biggest franchises right now are Persona and Yakuza, two series that were like very cult classic, and we're only kind of given attention, like we're only kind of given attention by Sega until they just they released a game that did well enough to where it now became like two of Sega's biggest franchises, and now Sega just keeps pushing Yakuza and Persona, and I'm glad for that because I like Yakuza and Persona, but but it is a little funny how Yakuza how that Sega hasn't really learned their lesson from that and think like, huh, well if these two series we didn't give much attention to are doing really well with enough time, by giving them money and letting them really cook, we should maybe what if we did that with other series we have ignored? So I don't think Sega understands why Persona 5 blew up as hard as it did. They probably don't. But yeah, but yeah, that's Sega rant. That me side note rant about Sega. But yeah, no, that actually speaks to the quality of this game. That speaks to the quality of this game, Unicorn Overlord. That one of my biggest problems is that it's not available on more systems. But yeah, this is definitely up there as one of my favorite strategy RPGs right now. It is such a fun for someone who really likes strategy RPGs. This was just a great time from start to end. All right, so now we're gonna make our way back to town again. And yeah, I will turn up the, I have turned up the experience to times four and the guild to times four, just because I need the money to buy a lot of potions, and I need to make my physical fighters stronger because my magical fighters, they only have like, I don't think, I don't think there probably isn't a way to increase the number of spell slots they have. Unless it's like they get to like they get to the advanced classes. Like getting to the advanced classes actually increases the number of spell slots. Hmm. Hmm. No, I won't do that one. Okay, there. I'm actually very glad that they added this whole experience in guild, this guild, percentage increaser. Just because I didn't realize it until I didn't realize it until my party was half dead, dying of poison, but that was the that's the first dungeon in the game. And, okay, I probably won't take too. I'll probably announce the next, like, reveal what my third favorite game is in just a little. Yeah, in just a little bit because I definitely want to count down my favorite games before midnight. I want to get that. I want to go through the whole list before midnight. Hmm. All right, let me rest up here at the end. Okay, everyone's at level 12. Let's buy some more stuff. Let me, you know, spell armor and spells. I think, well, I might actually have armor. I think I already did get the armor, but I'll check just to be sure. Okay, I'll get one of these. Iron shield, get one of those. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Well, that'll increase his evasion, so let me get him that. And let me get him that. There. No, okay. Let me sell some of this stuff I'm not using. I don't think there's gonna be any reason to keep these weapons I'm not using. I'm not using. Oh, that. Okay. And you know, I'll spend some more money on spells. I'll spend some more money on spells. Get as many spells as I can for everyone. I don't think I've been to this magic shop yet. Okay, this is level 3. Okay, restores hip to one ally. Restores a little hip to the entire party. Oh, can't learn level 3. Okay. Wait, oh, they can't learn heal? Darn it. Restores... Okay, I got that one. Does damage to all enemies. Reduces fire damage by half for the entire party. Okay. Won't get... Don't think my red mage can learn that. Yeah, I think if I were to start this game over, what I'd do is keep the warrior and the monk, replace the black mage with the white mage, and then either get keep the red mage or replace the red mage with a thief. It really does seem like physical damage is the way to go. Oh, that's a level 4 white spell. Okay. You go here then. Sleep Raw, haste. Well, I should definitely teach Cheshire Sleep Raw. All the sleep spells. That'd be good for them to learn. But they can't learn them just yet, so... Okay, I'm gonna get all these. Alright, we're gonna head outside, and we're gonna head outside the village, and I'm going to fight some stuff in the woods. And I won't go back to that marsh cave until I've got all the spells I want, and filled my mages up with spells, and just gotten a bunch of items. That's right, we're in grind mode. And whilst I start grind mode, I'll go ahead and say count down my third favorite game of the year. Oh, never mind. I actually beat that a lot quicker than I thought. Okay, I'll give it a little bit more time. see. Okay, still at level 12. Hmm. Dang it. Okay, with ×4 money, it should be able to get. For his hit to one on light. Okay. There. There. Hmm. Okay, there owns at level 13. How much money do we... Okay, that's good. Actually, you know what? I might go back into town and see just how much everything I want costs. Just so I get a good amount. Or just so I know the right amount of money I need to get. Yeah, I'll go back into town and see how much everything I want costs. Oh, dang it. That's not what I want to do. I forgot that even if I enter from the left side of town, I will still enter in at the right. Okay, how many black spells do I want? Fire... Okay, I want to get Fyra for Sage. That's 1,000. Want to get Thundara for Sage. Well... maybe not. Or excuse me, Thundara for Cheshire. Hmm. Then we want to get a bunch of items. Gives ice damage to all enemies. Puts one enemy to sleep. Okay, I'm gonna need a lot of money to get all this stuff. Yeah, okay, save. Hmm. There. Okay, now I'll say what my favorite game, or what my, oh, now I'll talk about my third favorite game. So... okay, so, again, 15th favorite, Halo Reach. 14th favorite, Super Mario RPG Remake. 13th favorite, Halo 2. 12th favorite, Space Marine 2. 11th favorite, Metroid Zero Mission. 10th favorite is Crow Country. 9th favorite is Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8th favorite is Twilight Princess. 7th favorite is Brothership. 6th favorite is Helldivers 2. 5th favorite is Neo the World Ends With You. And 4th favorite was Unicorn Overlord. And my third favorite game from this year, third favorite game I played this year, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Dang, this was a wonderful time. This was one of the games... This is one of the games I've been wanting to play on stream for so long, and my gosh, it was worth doing so. It the expansions it made the its combat being a combination of action and turn-based RPG was a lot better than I was expecting. I really wasn't sure how the gameplay was going to be going into it, but yeah, it for the most part it ended up going a lot better than I was expecting. All the ways they expanded on the different characters' personalities and they added on to things. For the most part, the way they added on to the story worked really well. There were some parts of how where they added on to the story that kind of gave me problem that caused me problems or that I didn't like that I didn't like or got me a little worried about what's going to be happening in the future in like the other remake games. But but for the most part, the addition, all the additions they made, I really liked. I like that they gave the characters each individual like their own abilities. That felt really that kind of really added on to what the characters could do because like Cloud, everyone could get the same materia, but like Cloud had a different set of abilities from Tifa and different from Barrett and different from Aerith, and the natural abilities they had really expanded upon the new movesets they had in the original FF7. And yeah, the getting to explore like this bigger version of Midgar was a really good time. And getting to really see just how much Shinra has screwed up everything. It did feel like, to be honest, it did feel like there were some parts where they maybe could have shortened it. But for the most part, I think they did well. And then yeah, just again, the expansions to the story for the most part were good, and the ways they expanded on the characters' personalities were great. They made Cloud even more of they made Cloud even more of a socially awkward dork. They more they made Barrett even more they made Barrett even more ham-fisted in how much he hates Shinra, and I'm all for it. They made Aerith even more sassy. They made Tifa even more compassionate. And again, they didn't. It was the ways they expanded on things didn't work all the time. Like for example, how they did use the Shinra president's death in this one, which was like kind of felt like it played out a bit too long compared to the original, and didn't have anywhere near as much of the impact as how it did in the original. But for the most part, the ways they expanded on the story of original FF7 was really nice, and very, I'm very interested. I'm very excited for FF7 Rebirth, and very worried. I'm not sure when I'm gonna get to. I have my PS5 now, so I can play that game. But, uh, but before I get to Rebirth, I will try. Before I get to Rebirth, I will probably try to play Intergrade. I'll just have to think about. I'll have to check to see if it's like available as DLC for FF7, which it should be, I think. But yeah, or for FF7 remake. Yeah, whenever I get when I'm both after what FF7 remake did, I'm both very excited for Rebirth and a little worried. Sorry. Yeah, very excited and a little worried. Hopefully my excitement is hopefully my excitement is a more correct feeling. Sleepless Rebirth delivers. We shall see. We shall see. I know you really like it Sleepless, but I've also heard people whose opinions I trust voice some problems that they had with it. Without going into spoilers. Or like without them mentioning spoilers. So yeah, number third favorite game, FF7 remake. Hmm. I think I've gotten everything I can here. Oh. Okay, no, I could guess I could get, Billy a stick. I don't think he needs the stick, though. So the most consistent complaint I've heard with the game is that there's too much content in it, which doesn't really hold a lot of water with me. Well, that is one of the areas I'm worried about. I am worried that like what's it gonna be like with them making the game an open world game. Because there's been some open world games I really like, but there's also been some open world games that I haven't liked that much. Open world is kind of a mixed genre for me. Wait, I thought I got you this. I did not. So it's a lot more open environment. Okay. There are fireworks starting to happen around my area, and I know they're fireworks, but I just can't help the initial shock of hearing a really loud noise. And a really loud noise and being like, is everything okay out there? So it's like think like older Ass Creed or Ghost of Tsushima where there's shit to do in an area, but you do have to move the plot along to unlock new places. Oh, okay. If it is like Ghost of Tsushima's open world, then that I'll be fine with, because Ghost of Tsushima's open world was very nice. Oh dang, that's another game I'm excited for next year. I don't know if I'll be able to play it next year, because there's already we're not even in 2025 yet, and I'm already like looking at a bunch of games that I'm going to be playing in 2025. But if I can get to it, I would like to play Ghost of Yote if it comes out next year. Oh, let me go back out here. Okay, how many antidotes do I have? 47. How many things down? Okay, how many high potions do I have? I have 13. I'm gonna need to get more potions, more high potions, and more Phoenix Downs. Then I'll try to make my way back through there. Then I'll try to make my way back through the Marsh Cave. I want to get through that Marsh Cave by the end of the night. That one wolf saw that it was all alone and was like, I'm getting out of here. I don't blame you. I would have hurt you if you hadn't. Hmm. Thank you. Yay. Okay. Let me go back in here and buy some more stuff. First, I'll get some Phoenix Downs. I'll get 7 Phoenix Downs. Oh no. 3 potions. Okay. Yeah, I want to get some more potions and high potions before I go back there. Maybe some more antidotes, like 30,000 antidotes. If I can carry that many. Damn. Okay, well, let me leave here and go back out. Yeah, okay, I'll use that. Okay, levels go up to level 8, so it goes up to 8 levels of magic. Yay. Okay, 246. Let me do one more fight and then I'll go back and get some more items. The guide I have actually does, I took a look at it, and it does say, like, it does recommend getting 99 potions and at least 50 antidotes before going to the Marsh Cave. And when I saw that, when I first saw that, I was like, it's probably exaggerating a little, I'll be fine. But, like, no, it really was right. Get as many potions and antidotes as you can carry. How much? Okay. I'll get some more potions, and then I'll make my way back to that cave. There. See, I don't think I have enough money to... Alright, how much I got 3 tens. Okay. Alright, let me raise enough money to sleep at the inn. Go to the inn, and then I'll try the Marsh Cave for a 3rd time. Yeah, let me get enough money to go to the... Alright, there. Okay, let me make my way... back to the Marsh Cave. For a 3rd time. Sorry, pulling up a New Year's countdown that would actually have like fireworks. Or some big celebration for when we yeah, some big celebration for when we actually reach New Year's. Alright. Do you want to say thank y'all to watching... Oh, you know what? Something I should mention. Thank y'all to watching the streams throughout this year. Because, my goodness, this is a weird year. 2024 was a weird year. I got to play a lot of really great games, But like outside of the streams, there was like, gosh, so much happened this year. And I'm trying to think of many positive developments that happened to me, but just off the top of my head, I can't think of many. I won't get into the negative stuff that happened, but yeah, it's... Yeah, I would honestly say some of the best things that happened to me this year were getting to play some of these games I got to play. Like, getting to play some of these games I got to play, like the ones on this list I'm counting down. So, yeah, I don't, well, you know what? Getting to experience getting to play games with friends for the first time on stream was really nice. That was really nice. Now I need to save my magic. Yeah. Thank y'all for watching these streams this year. And gosh, it's hopefully things will be better next year, but we'll just have to see. Hmm. Alright. Making my way back to this hole in the ground. Yay. Alright. So... let me use these potions first. Okay. I'll head down here and I'll make my way towards the bottom floor again. Hopefully this will go better than last time. And better than the time before that. So this assumes... okay, it's there. Oh wait, Oliver doesn't have much health left. Got him. Okay, I'm gonna need to heal up everyone. There. Well, I can explore around a little bit here. Yeah, let me explore around here and see what I can find. Yay. Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted. That's the thing I was looking for. Dang it. And now. Right. I guess. Well, I'll wait a little bit longer. I'll wait a little bit longer to say what my second favorite game of the year was. Alright, I'll use my magic. Hmm. Oh, good. Okay. Oh, not these things again. Dang it. Alright, yeah, I'll cast this. There. Right, I need to find the right. I have to find the right door in this room. Let me start turning around. I think everyone looks kind of good on health. Everyone looks kind of good on health, so... Oh, Happy New Year, Sleepless. Great. Okay. Oh, it's already 11 p.m. Dang. I'll be announcing... I'll reveal what my... I'll go ahead and say it's 11 p.m., so I've got about an hour left in the year. I'll go ahead and say what my second favorite game of the year was. And then I'll give it a little bit, and then I'll say what my first was. So, 15th favorite was Halo Reach. 14th favorite was Super Mario RPG Remake. 13th favorite was Halo 2. 12th favorite was Space Marine 2. 11th favorite was Metroid Zero Mission. 10th was Crow Country. 9 was Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. 8 was Twilight Princess. 7 was Mario and Luigi Brothership. 6 was Helldivers 2. 5, Neil the World Ends With You. 4, Unicorn Overlord. 3, Final Fantasy VII Remake. And second favorite game of 2024, Paper Mario: A Thousand Year Door. If I had played this game when it first came out on GameCube, I would have been obsessed with it. And it would have potentially become my favorite game of all time. Like, a game that really influenced me. Getting to play through it for the first time this year was amazing. It was such a fun time that, honestly, the only problem I can think I had, the only major problem I can think I had with the game was that my streams kept messing up. Which isn't a problem with the game, that was just my problem with the streams. And honestly, if I did not have so many other games in my backlog that I want to play, I would consider and maybe far in the future would consider streaming this game, playing through this game again, when I know I have good internet and it won't start messing up through it. Because yeah, that was my only problem with the game. It was my only problem with the game was like how much the internet or how much my internet was messing up, and that's not a problem with the game. That's just a problem with like my internet. So yeah, It's a dang shame because like characters, the game's story was really nice. The story was really nice. It was did feel like this really big grand adventure, even more so than Paper Mario 64. It was a really all those like character. Well, some of the side characters were better than others, but some of the companions I got were like Vivi and Goombella were really great. And Mario had a pretty great personality in this game, even though he was like the silent protagonist. And yeah, the game's visuals and you'll notice something with like a lot of the games that are really high up on my list is that I really like how they look and sound. And that's the case with this one. The paper aesthetic is handled perfectly in it. And gosh, there were so many great songs from this game. I'm very glad this game got a remake. I'm very glad this game finally got on Switch, and I finally got the chance to fully play through it. Because I've been wanting to play through this game for years, and it was worth the wait. It was worth the, like, 15-year-long wait to play this game. It really was an amazing time. And again, my only problem with the game isn't even part of the game. My only problem with the game isn't even part of the game. It's just how bad my internet was. Okay, I'll give it a few more minutes, and then once I'm ready, I'll say what my favorite games of the year are. Excuse me, what my favorite game of the year is. I've been counting down what my favorite games of the year are. Right. Oh. No. Oh, okay, no, that's Phoenix Down. Dang it. Yay, cottage. I have to check Discord for a moment because now the Happy New Year's are flooding in. The Happy New Year messages are flooding in. You know, I'll probably take one more break. I'll probably take one more break for the stream, and then I will... Once I'm back from my break, and, oh, just a second. Okay. I'm gonna take one last break, And then when I get back and y'all are all ready, and when I get back, I'll ask y'all if y'all are ready, and then I'll tell y'all what my favorite game of 2024 was. Okay. It's like 11:15 for me. I got about 45 minutes left. 45 minutes left in the year. And one last game to talk about. My favorite game of 2024. So I'll wait a little bit. I'll wait a little bit and then and then when y'all are ready, let me know and I'll say what my favorite game of the year is. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh wait, no, never mind. That scorpion ran away. That's a good thing. Yay. Let me use... Yeah, fire up. No, I'll save that. Just normal attacks from here. Oliva could use a bit more health, though. Oh, and he's poisoned. That's a problem. Okay. Oh, shoot. Didn't even use that. I've already checked all these places. Let me go down here and check these rooms. Alright. Just... Okay. Alright. Monsters. Oh. Those are freaking mind flayers. They just hit some mind flayers in a chest. And they hit pretty hard too. Or maybe not. So you'll fight real ones later. Oh joy. So yeah, it's getting close to 11. You obtained the crown. Hooray! Finally, now let's get the heck out of here. Alright, so when y'all are ready, I'll tell y'all what my favorite game of the year is, because I got a lot to say about it. I'll wait until y'all are ready, because I got a lot to say about it. But I might say it at like 11, 11:30 probably would be a good time. So, I think it's just me, lol. Well, Sleepless, you've not learned the folly of saying that, because Sage said that earlier, and there was someone else watching. So just you saying that has probably meant that now someone else is watching. Oh wait, it's actually past. Okay, it's past midnight for you. You know what? After this fight, I'll go ahead and do it because it's after midnight for you, Sleepless. So you probably got to be going to bed soon. Hmm. Sleepless says, "Nah, I don't have work tomorrow." Good. I've seen a lot of my friends are scheduled to work on New Year's Day. Why are places open on New Year's Day? Sleepless says, and the fireworks shows are just now starting in earnest. Okay, in that case, let me get out of this cave because I don't want. I want to get out of this dang cave. Do I have? No, I don't have anything that'll let me teleport out of here, so I have to walk. I gotta walk the long way. I gotta walk all the way back up. Damn. Oh wait, I can... Well, I can turn encounters off, but that feels like going too far. The turning experience up to ×4 already felt going too far, but... just turning the encounters off feels like going really too far. Because that would remove the main thing you do in this game. That is... that... oh, it's up there. Okay, let's get out of here. Let me kill these things quickly so we can get the heck out of here. Yay. I am just... part of me is just in utter shock that this is the first dungeon in the Final Fantasy series. Because again, like because when I went to the tower to fight Garland, that was really just like step through the door, step through another door, there Garland is. This is like the first full dungeon in this series. I guess I'm just surprised that it's like it's a big cave full of poisonous enemies, I figured they would wait a little bit before doing something like that. I do. Right. Yeah, alright. Okay. Let me save. Let me save. Alright. So, and let me then let me then give one last look at my favorite games of the year. Unless like people come in and ask me what my favorite games of the year were, in which case I'll tell them. So yeah, one last look, one last countdown. So 15th favorite was Halo Reach, 14th favorite was Super Mario RPG Remake, 13th favorite was Halo 2, 12th favorite was Warhammer 40k Space Marine, 11th favorite was Metroid Zero Mission, 10th favorite was Crow Country, 9th favorite Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, 8th favorite Twilight Princess, 7th favorite Mario and Luigi Brothership, 6th favorite Helldivers 2, 5th favorite Neo The World Ends With You, 4th favorite Unicorn Overlord, 3rd favorite Final Fantasy VII Remake, 2nd favorite Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and my favorite game of the year, to absolutely no one's surprise, is a tie between Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy IX. These Final Fantasy VI was overall a good time. Was overall a good game. Playing both of these games back to back for Final Fantasy, if I wasn't all like I was already pretty sure I wanted to do this. Uh, Playing these two convinced me that I should do this. That I should keep going with all these Final Fantasies. Like I, both of these games are top. Both of these games are so they have have good points and bad points compared to each other. It is such like a constant duel between the two of them in my mind that honestly, what I might do is after I've finished all these Final Fantasies, if if these two are still tied together near the top of my ranking, by the time I finish all these Final Fantasies, then what I might do after I'm done with First Fantasy is go back and replay through these games again at the same time. Like play one on one day of the week, play the other on the other day of the week, so that I can look at them at the same time. Like I can look at them in depth at the same time to decide what is my favorite. Because I've been going back over this question for most of this year, and I do not know. Final Fantasy VII has an amazing. Both games have an amazing cat. Well, both games have. Final Fantasy IX has like half of its cast is amazing. Final Fantasy VII, most of its cast is amazing, but the members of the cast that are amazing are really some of my favorite characters in RPGs. Like Cloud, Tifa, Vivi are some of my favorite characters in any video game now. In any video game, both games made me cry. There were moments in both games that had me bawling my eyes out because of how well told the story is and how emotional it got. Both games had really good fights. There were some aspects of the combat because some aspects of the combat system I like aspects of each combat system more than each other. Like it's similar to the games overall. There are parts of each combat system I like more than the other. I like more than the other, but I'm not sure which is my favorite combat system. And both had really amazing moments and really amazing fights between them. And both are so different in style, with Final Fantasy VII being like like Sage described earlier, science fantasy. Or no, excuse me, I described it earlier as science fantasy. And Final Fantasy IX being like this throwback to the older like high fantasy age of Final Fantasy that was like shown in the pixel game, like the 2D SNES and SNES games like this. When But they did it in 3D. Both do it differently, and both do it so well. I'm I'm not saying that there isn't a chance. I'm not saying there isn't a chance a Final Fantasy will have to that one of the future Final Fantasies I play will top these two. I'm not saying that there isn't a chance because well, I'm only 4 games in, so it could happen. There could be one of these final like one or two. There could be one or two or maybe even a few Final Fantasy games that I end up liking more than these. But if there is, whatever game I like more than these, if I find a Final Fantasy that I like more than these two, it will probably end up being close to, if not one of my favorite games I've ever played. Because these two are on my because both of these two are on my favorite games I've ever played list. So if I were to find a Final Fantasy that I liked more than these two, then yeah, that game could potentially end up being my favorite game of all time. 'Cause- And like I said, I mean, these were so out of all the games on this list, like out of all these games, just going back to this list, Halo Reach, I'm not really interested in replaying the story of it again, unless I just do it unless I get some friends together and we play it in like challenge mode, like with Sage and Tart, like they mentioned doing, replaying it on a hard difficulty for the fun of it. Mario RPG, not really interested in replaying it again, at least for now. Maybe a couple years down the line, maybe my opinion will change. Halo 2, not really interested in replaying it through the main story again. We'll probably replay through the multiplayer. We'll play multiplayer with some friends. 40K Space Marine 2, not really interested in replaying the story. Probably will replay multiplayer with friends. Metroid Zero Mission, I'd probably wait a couple years before playing that again. Pro Country. We'll probably wait a couple years before I consider playing that again. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. I mean, I'm playing that online every now and then, but it's like, but I'm probably not going to do a major stream devoted to it. It's going to be like bonus streams where I just play it online. Twilight Princess. Um, not really interested in playing it again for the next couple years. Again, maybe a couple years down the line, I might be interested in playing this. Brothership. Yeah, if I play this again, it'll be a couple years down the line. Helldivers 2, same as Marvel vs. Capcom Collection. Every now we'll play it, replay it. We'll play a bit more on stream and off stream every now and then. Neil the World Ends with You. If I very fun time. Neil the World Ends with You. If I play this again, it's gonna be a couple years down the line. Unicorn Overlord. If I play this again, it's gonna be a couple years down the line. Final Fantasy VII Remake. If when the third what might happen is if I end up enjoying Rebirth and if I end up really enjoying Rebirth and I end up really enjoying the third Final Fantasy VII remake game, what I might end up doing after I beat that third game is then a couple years down the line, like sometime down the line after First Fantasy is done, go back through and playing this trilogy of games back to back to back to get like the full remake trilogy in order. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I've said I'd like to play. I said I'd like to play that. I've said I'd like to play that. In the future when I have good I know my internet is working, but I'm gonna wait for a bit until after my backlog has been cleared out because there's so many games on my backlog. These two, after First Fantasy is done and I'm finished with most of the Final Fantasy, when I'm finished with my obligations for Final Fantasy, I want to revisit these two. I want to replay through Final Fantasy IX and go through as much of the game as I can because there's stuff I know I missed there. Final Fantasy VII, there was like that fan mod, that fan mod to the game. I really want to play that. I really want to play that. So yeah, for most of these other games, it's like I might play it in the future in like a couple years down the line, or after some obligations are done, or maybe I'll fit a bonus multiplayer stream of it. So there, these two games, when I get the chance, I will probably add these two games back into my backlog, just so when I get the chance, I can replay through them. All these other games, I'll likely just look at it and go, yeah, if I get the chance, I'd like to play that game again. What I'll probably do is re-add these two games back into my backlog so that when I'm finished with First Fantasy, I can replay through them. I want to replay through these games because they were both such amazing first games to play for the first time. The music, like some aspects of the visuals maybe haven't aged as well, but it was for Final Fantasy VII's case, it was the first 3D game that team had worked on, that team had made, and that's really only like with how some of the models in the overworld, the models for characters in the battles still look great. Music for the games, some of the best music I've heard in video games. These two soundtracks are untouchable. They are some of the best music I've ever heard in a video game. Stories, incredible. Both of them had incredible stories. Like I said, I was crying throughout their stories. Some of the characters in 9 maybe aren't so good, but overall, great cast of characters. And the gameplay, made incredibly well. Really good. Really fun. A lot of fun. If I had not already thought to do First Fantasy by the time I had started these two, and had just played through Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy VII, on my own, just was able to do that, I would have playing through these two would have been enough to make me decide to do First Fantasy. These were both so much fun that if I hadn't already been planning on playing through the whole series, I probably would have planned out First Fantasy after playing them because of how much a good time I had playing them. I know it's not exactly. I know it's not exactly It's probably two of the most vanilla options for favorite video games, but I mean, people really love these two games for a reason. They are masterclasses in my opinion. I can see why so many YouTubers so many YouTuber video essayists I follow they really like Final Fantasy VII, and why so many people I know really like Final Fantasy IX. And I just want to reiterate, I am entirely shook at that FF9 is in your top slot. Yeah, no, who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen that the games I had emotes made for? Who could have seen that the games I had emotes made for would be my favorite games of the year? But yeah, again, this is the first tie I've had for a favorite video game in a long time. But yeah, the I just want to reiterate. As soon as I can't even type with a straight face lol. Yeah, as soon as I mentioned, like it was no surprise. I've been talking about the games all the time throughout the year. Of course, of course, they're my favorites. But yeah, I just want to take this moment to say it's like 11:37 right now. I just want to take this moment to reiterate, even if there's not a lot of people watching. If you're watching the stream of this, if you're watching the VOD of this, thank you. Uh, I said earlier, 2024 it was a tough year. I'll be honest, it was a tough year. There were some good things to happen to me, but it was far outweighed by the not good things that happened to me. And one of the this was one of those years where one of the few consistently good things that happened to me was I got to play a lot of great games. I got to play and stream a lot of great games. And mm, and I'm very thankful that y'all and I'm very happy that so many people watch these streams during this year, and I got to play through these games while chatting and hanging out with y'all. It made a lot of really fun games even more fun. I don't know. I'm gonna We're gonna see how this new schedule works in 2025. I feel bad that I have to dial back on streams, and I don't know how long I'm gonna have to dial back on streams, but it's for it'll hopefully lead to better things. Like, hopefully this will lead to me finally being able to move out of this place and finally moving to a place I can really call home. And hopefully me doing this will help me to finally to really get into game development like I've constantly said I should. But I will still try, but I still have a lot of things to stream. I'm not I still have a lot. I'm gonna still try to do as many streams as I can, because I got a lot of games to play. I got a lot of games to play. But again, if you just watched the streams, if you watched the VODs, if you rated, if you subscribed, if you donated, at anything, if you've lurked at anything, thank you. Because again, in a really crazy year, this was one of the brightest spots for me. So we've got a few more minutes now. Probably about 11:55 is when I'll start looking at when I really start paying attention to the countdown timer. And again, Sleepless, we were talking about the emotes. Well, as I go through more of these Final Fantasies, there'll probably be more of these. There might end up being more characters I have emotes made for. Uh, I've said it a couple of times, but I will say it again. Like, first main focus for me in 2025 is beating these games from people's choice as quickly as possible while not rushing through them, because y'all donated for them. And then As soon as something's ready for a D&D Delights, it's then my focus will be getting that thing, doing that thing for D&D Delights. And then after that, the next main thing will be First Fantasy, playing through as many Final Fantasies as I can. But I am going to try to fit some of the games I've really wanted to play in there for 2025. I won't drop any specific titles right now just because I'm not sure what I'll be able to get to. And we're not even in 2025 yet, so I don't just want to say, oh, I'm going to get to playing this and this and this and this and this and that year. But hopefully I'll be able to play. I will say one thing I would like to do. I would really like to do like a subathon or a donate-a-thon where where I can maybe, I don't know if this will be possible, but if I could like set aside an entire month where like every single day I'm streaming you like even just like a few hours, like 2 to 3 hours, and then like maybe 6 hours on Saturday. If I could do that, like set aside a big amount of time, set aside an entire month where I could just play through stream as much as possible. That'd be nice. But we'll see. Oh gosh, we got a lot of money. Okay, well then let me buy up as much of these spells as I can. Let me just go buy as many of the spells as I can whilst I'm here. Poison, fear. No, I won't get any of that for them just yet. Hmm. Oh, haste would be really good. Let me get haste. Haste would really help out with my physical fighters. Okay, let me see what other spells are available. Hmm. Heal restores a little HP to the entire party. Oh, that's right. They can't. Cheshire can't learn that. Hmm. Lowers evasion of all enemies. I think we're good not having that. Let me get a bunch of items together. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let me get like. See, I've got like. Get one of these, one Phoenix down. Hmm. You know, I can afford it. Let me get 90. I'll have 99 potions. Restores 1 MP for each magic level. Oh god. Yes, please. 99 of those. That's good. I'll keep like the 44 of these I have, and then... There. That's good. And I think I'll probably turn off that experience booster. Okay. Princess meant to pick me up, thinking what will happen now. Well, can I... Is your prince here? Elven Castle, is your prince here? As the curse put our prince deep secret, please do not enter stone prince. I got it. I got his crown. I got the crown. The princess slept in an assless curse for 5 years. There must be a concoction that Rosalind sleeps of, but where? Hey, then what was the point of getting the crown? The crown that shimmers mysteriously? Okay. Hmm. Great. So, let me head to... Apparently the place I'm supposed to go is, like, same direction as... Same... Okay, I'm supposed to head north here. So I has bested another Bloodborne boss. Dang! It's like 5... But I got assistance for it. That's the proper way to beat FromSoft bosses. If there's any lesson I've learned from playing Dark Souls earlier this year, it's to cheat as much as possible. That is the core lesson that FromSoft games are trying to teach you. Be a scheming cheater as much as possible. Anyone who fights honorably is a fool. And will be cursed into some, I don't know, some sort of like, probably some like blood-sucking, tree zombie or something like that. So it's not cheating per se, but it's not something I did on my own. Then you're not doing it hard enough. If it's not something you would consider cheating, then you're not doing it hard enough. So I am one of the people in Dark Souls series that use the honorable duel approaches, where I chug my S's in front of the invader because there's none left, and we'd have honest-to-goodness duels. Oh, okay, I gotta go in this castle. Bat. I guess I gotta go here.
You fools fell right into my trap! I am Astos, king of the Dark Elves! With the combined power of the crown you now hold and the crystal I already possess, I'll become the true Elf King! It is useless to resist me, I can take what is mine by sheer force!
Okay. Dang, they really gave him a glow up in Stranger of Paradise, didn't they? Well, I guess I'll use fire. Burn him. Slim says, I will say it's interesting to go back to these pixel remaster versions. The ones I played originally were the Dawn of Souls remasters that had a thing like MP bars, ATB management, which made things stronger on accident, and had some tutorials that assisted with making the game make more sense. Yeah, I think this was definitely the right version for me to pick for this because it's it seems like it's very true to the original Final Fantasy with all the good and bad parts of the original Final Fantasy. Like it doesn't feature improvements like you just mentioned there that future releases would give some of these games in order to update them. And I mean, I wouldn't mind if I had played that version with that. But I think playing this version gives me a more true it gives me a more true experience of like what Final Fantasy 1 was like without me having to play it on an NES, which I imagine I'm not sure how good playing the original on an NES would be. I feel like that might not be. I feel like there would be a lot of I'd have a lot. I'd have even more. I'd have many more problems with that version. Oh, they're dead. Okay, Billy, Oliver, Cheshire, and Sage all up to level 20. Hooray! What? Oh, there's a chest over here. Well, let me go investigate the chests. See what's over there. Secure the Mystic Key. Oh, okay. So just for reference, I think Steam has the 3D remakes of FF3 and 4 from the DS, which might be interesting to play as counterpoints to the Pixel Remaster versions. Actually, the 3D okay, so the 3D remake of Final Fantasy 4 from the DS, that was one of the attempts I had at trying to play through these Final Fantasy games before I started doing First Fantasy, because I did own that version for my DS, but then like after just starting it, I lost it. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know what happened to the cartridge. It just got lost one day. That would be interesting. Does that mean that both the Pixel Remaster and the this 3DS version of 4 are on Steam? So I will admit up front, FF3 for DS is a much harder game. I'll probably stick with the Pixel Remasters, just because. Well, partially just because I already bought the Pixel Remasters and I have a lot of games to play for this already. But although the remake, well, I've only got 2 open spots though. If I put the 3D remake for 4 and the 3D remake for 3, that would take up my 2 remaining spots. Oh, okay. Let me get back to. Oh, there. It is a really good looking remake. This FF4 3D remake. Just looking at its page on Steam. Now that I look at okay, now that I look at it, I didn't realize this before. The 3D remake for Final Fantasy IV, its art style kind of resembles Bravely Default. So it says, yes, it does. Same for FF3. Alright. Can we just... Okay. Okay, I gotta get here. I gotta get back to town quickly. Because it's almost midnight. Yeah, both of these are... Both of these are really interesting looking remakes. Yeah, both of them are really interesting remakes, but I only have 2 spots left. So I'd have to think, yeah, I'd have to think hard before I decide if those are the last 2 games I want to play. Or the last 2 games I want to play for my list. Sleuths, which is why my brain tried the strategies I used in FF3 to beat the ever-loving bejesus out of Bravely Default. Also, you were able to, like, cheese your way through, so you were able to, you tried to use your strategies from FF3 to just cheese your way through a Bravely Default. I see. Sleuths says, it was accidental cheese. The best kind of cheese. The kind you don't even plan on making. Hmm. You know, I'll keep an eye on them. I'm not sure I'll get to these remakes. But the DS remakes of 3 and 4 do look very interesting. My only thing is I already have the pixel remasters of 3 and 4 on my list. I've already got them here on my Switch. And both of those two are they are basically like adaptations of the originals, and I've only got 2 spots left. So I only got 2 spots left. So if I want to add so whatever Final Fantasy games I add on there, I gotta think hard about which games I add on there. However, those two do look interesting. So, oh, I hear you. I was putting them out almost offhandedly. Ah, okay.